invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President Annalena Baerbock, we offer our warm congratulations on your election to preside over this 80th session of the General Assembly. And we thank your predecessor, His Excellency Philmon Yang, for a job well done. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, in celebrating 80 years of the global community coming together in this United Nations, we must remind ourselves of how we got here. The United Nations was not born out of some high-minded ideal or because humanity suddenly decided to promote its collective virtue. No, the UN was created out of the ashes of a period when humanity had almost destroyed itself. The blood-soaked trenches of the First World War, brought about by the rivalries between the great powers of the day, the collapse of the League of Nations, made impotent because of the refusal of the major powers to participate, the despair of the Great Depression, the rise of fascist ambition, which led to the devastation of the Second World War, the terror of atomic weapons. These are the foundation of the United Nations. Over 100 million died, many more driven into poverty. I recite these histories because that is not a world we wish to return to. We are in danger of being doomed to repeat the brutal history lessons. When nations go their separate ways, history teaches us that this disaster eventually follows. When nations stand together, survival and prosperity become possible. With the stench of the atomic firestorms still hovering over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the world raced to come together in a single body to prevent such things from happening again. The need for nations to unite in a single forum has never been more pressing. This multilateral effort is not a cure-all. Wherever humans live, there will be conflict. But today's crises are far more complex and seemingly more intractable and even more dangerous than 80 years ago. The atomic weapons of the 1940s have proliferated into the nuclear weapons of today, able to wipe out all human life many times over. Diseases now cross oceans in a day, potentially leading to pandemics that can last for years. Cyber attacks can leap borders in a second. Financial contagion can cripple economies in an instant. And climate change, yes, climate change, whose storms and rising seas and fires and floods make no distinction between rich or poor, strong or weak, can devastate us all. No single nation acting on its own can resolve these. Multilateral approaches are not the problem. Multilateral approaches offer the pathways to the solutions. The United Nations is not perfect, but it is the best tool for multilateral action that we have. We workmen should not blame our tools. The flaw is not in the hammer, but in the hand that lets it fall. Your Excellencies, the Convened of the Bahamas is committed to work with members to find solutions. It is why we have offered ourselves as a candidate for a non-permanent seat on the Security Council for the 2032-2033 term. This is not a candidacy just for ourselves. It is for every small state that not only insists that its voice must count, but also knows that we have much to contribute in matters of global peace. For example, we cannot turn away from the agony of the Middle East. The aspirations of the Palestinian people for dignity and self-determination are real. Along with the state of Israel, both peoples have a right to security, sovereignty, and peace. For generations, this conflict has tested the conscience of the world, but resignation is not an option. The vision of two states living side by side in peace and mutual recognition remains the only pathway to justice, stability, and reconciliation. We must not abandon dialogue for despair. The multilateral capabilities and capacity of the UN should not be front and center of this effort. We think that if the organization has structural and institutional weaknesses, then let's fix them. If we think that standards are not evenly applied, that powerful states avoid consequences for aggression or human rights abuses, while weaker states are sanctioned more readily, then let's step up and fix them. The UN is only the sum of its parts. Any lack of effectiveness, any lack of practical impact lies squarely at the feet of member states. The solution is not to abandon it, but to fix it. For countries like the Bahamas, the biggest challenges and crises we face are not of our own making, and yet we are the ones who feel the impacts the most. Our independent Bahamas has never fought a war, and yet conflicts in faraway places cause severe economic shocks, with Bahamians forced to pay higher prices and suffer from unreliable supply chains. Above all, it is the physical changes relating to climate that are causing crises which we are critical, urgent, and existential. Over the past few years, many Bahamian voices have raised the alarm in many international forums about the risk we face from threats of climate change. We do not have the luxury of restarting an esoteric conversation about the causes of climate change. Our living reality means that we simply do not have the time. As I speak to you today, this morning, right now, a tropical storm is moving up our chain of islands. We hope, we pray that we are lucky. But can we remain lucky every season, every single year? We know what we need to do. We need to adapt and to make ourselves more resilient. But even with the best intentions, a small island state like ours, with a population of around 400,000 people and an economy of approximately $12 billion, we do not have the resources. We have one of the cleanest air in the world and emit far less than 1% of carbon generated by human activity. So we have to rely on others to also adapt. Is it really too much to ask of those most responsible to change their behavior so that the rest of us might have a better chance at survival? Along with climate change, our closest neighbors also suffer from a number of external threats. Our neighbors in Cuba have suffered for decades under an embargo which has caused suffering without delivering justice. The embargo has punished the ordinary people without changing policy. Friends, engagement, not isolation, is the only way forward. And so the Bahamas will continue to add its voice to the many who say the time for the embargo to be lifted is now. And what of Haiti? Too often the suffering of its people has been met with indifference. The multinational security support mission under Kenyan leadership has been an important bridge. But bridges must be a pathway to the solution. That mission must evolve into a force strong enough to meet the still present threat of violence and lawlessness. But Haiti needs more than security. It needs investment, partnership, and hope. The lack of security in Haiti disproportionately adversely impacts the security of the Bahamas. And we can no longer continue to carry so much of the burden and plight of the Haitian people. The world must act. We say this not out of fatigue, but out of conscious realization that a crisis of this magnitude cannot be left to neighbors alone. It requires a global response. The Bahamas therefore calls for a dedicated United Nations Support Office for Haiti, an institution to coordinate aid, sustain international attention, strengthen institutions, and nurture democracy. We cannot claim fidelity to peace and at the same time ignore Haiti. Your Excellencies, the lessons of history are clear. To retreat into a world of isolationist protectionism, where might is right and resources of the planet are plundered for the few, is to return to a time when life was famously described as nasty, brutish, and short. There would be a fairly swift breakdown in international peace and security. With no global forum for conflict mediation, there's a strong likelihood that disputes would more often escalate into wars, border clashes, and proxy conflicts. With every country facing increasingly dangerous and rapid climate change, the collective action needed to address it would likely hasten to climate breakdown. The kind of economic fragmentation that heralded the Great Depression in America in the 1930s would reemerge. Protectionist sanctions and trade barriers, the collapse of supply chains, and resulting higher costs of living around the world would recreate the same conditions that fueled the rise of fascism and the explosion of the Second World War. Is this what we really want? No matter how imperfect, are we really prepared to throw away what we have? Your Excellencies, we recognize that we seem to live in a time when the global community appears indifferent to the suffering and deaths of millions of our fellow human beings. And yet, even in the face of potential climate disaster, today we ask, not for your pity, we not ask for clarity, for charity, we ask simply that you act in your own enlightened self-interest. The security and prosperity of all of us in the region, the hemisphere, and the world are interconnected. Even if we do not agree on the causes, as I have previously said to this Assembly, our lived reality is that our storms and hurricanes are your fires and floods. If the Bahamas were to collapse because of the disproportionate risks we face from climate change, economic vulnerabilities, and external geopolitical pressures, the world would lose one of the best tourist destinations on this planet. We ask for nothing more than what we all want: the right to live in peace and security and in the pursuit of happiness. But most of all, just let us live. Just give us the right to live. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. I request the protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, members of the Assembly, Excellencies, colleagues, and friends. It is my honor to address this Assembly on behalf of Grenada and as a member of the Caribbean Community CARICOM. Madam President, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We look forward to working with you under the guiding theme of Better Together, and to supporting your efforts in advancing peace, sustainable development, and inclusive reform within the United Nations. We meet today in a time of paradox. The headlines tell us of division, instability, and conflict. Yet, never have human beings had such access to innovation, creativity, and opportunity. In one corner of the world, classrooms are reduced to rubble. In another, laboratories create breakthrough in science and technology that can transform our future. A paradox. In one hemisphere, children walk miles to fetch water from school. In another, children are using artificial intelligence in their lessons. A further paradox. The paradox defines our era. Progress and peril, innovation and instability, hope and hardship coexisting side by side. And so, Madam President, my remarks today are centered on the one force powerful enough to bind these contradictions together. The only force that can turn innovation into inclusion and conflict into cooperation. That force is education. That is a simple yet profound truth. Education is the single greatest social, economic, and creative equalizer that we possess. It transforms circumstances into possibility. It turns the child a laborer, the daughter of a seamstress into a scientist, the son of a fisherman into an innovator. This is the heart of my message. Education is not a narrow path to employment. It is a broad road to resilience, to innovation, and to peace. And Madam President, it saves people, not just from economic poverty, but from the poverty of diminished possibility. And so education is a lifeline. I have seen this. I have lived this. And now I am privileged to lead this in and for my country. For me, education was a bridge from limitation to possibility. It was education that carried me from a small hillside village in St. David, Grenada, where my family fetched water from a public standpipe to this assembly hall today. It was not wealth that brought me here. It was not privilege that brought me here. It was access. Access to teachers who believed in me. Access to opportunities that were modest but life-changing. Access to the chance to learn, even when the path was uncertain. But my story is not unique. It is echoed in the resilience of the Caribbean families who sacrifice for the children's schooling, in the ingenuity of students who make the most of scarce access and even scarcer resources, and in the determination of communities that rebuild schools year after year after every hurricane. That is the shared story of CARICOM, a story of people who learn to adapt, to innovate, and to persist, always with education as our anchor. And yet today, we must admit that the definition of education itself is changing. Education can no longer be defined solely by university lecture halls or college campuses. Around the world, young people are shaping their futures in new ways through technical training, vocational education, and digital skills. A certificate in coding can be as powerful as a law degree. A credential in renewable energy can open doors as wide. A diploma in advanced manufacturing can transform not only an individual's life or future, but the economic trajectory of an entire community. This broader vision of education is the reality we are embracing in Grenada and across the Caribbean. In Grenada, we have embarked on transformative reforms to strengthen our education system and expand opportunities for all students at all levels. We have established universal secondary education and passed legislation to raise the mandatory school age to 18. ensuring that more of our young people remain engaged in formal education, not as charity, but as a matter of justice and national survival. We have modernized school curricula to prepare our students for the future. Coding and technology clubs are now part of the school environment, and all students leaving primary school are assessed through electronic testing, prioritizing both digital literacy and problem-solving schools. We have placed student well-being at the heart of our reforms, hiring counselors, school feeding officers, and attendance officers to strengthen support for student mental health, nutrition, and engagement. We have also expanded our special education department and increased the number of early childhood officers, ensuring greater support for students with diverse learning needs. Because in a small island, every child's potential is a national asset. Additionally, and importantly, we have taken bold steps to make education more affordable and inclusive, eliminating school fees at the pre-primary, primary, and secondary levels. Free tuition is now also available at our two main technical and vocational institutions, widening access to post-secondary training and future skills development. Across the Caribbean community, we are investing in skills for the new economy, such as digital literacy, renewable energy, climate adaptation, and advanced technologies. In the case of advanced technologies, we are considering the teaching, understanding, and use of AI and AI-related skills to enhance education access, delivery, and outcome, as we understand that the jobs of tomorrow cannot be met with the skills of yesterday. And through the Caribbean Future Skills Fund, conceived with the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, we are pioneering an endowment model for education, where international contributions are matched by local investment. This ensures that our young people gain not just training, but also a sense of ownership and responsibility. It is education with skin in the game from both donors and recipients. This is not education as an abstract ideal. It is education as a lifeline, as resilience, preparing us to withstand the shocks of climate change and economic volatility. It is education as innovation, equipping us through powerful digital tools to turn necessity into opportunity. And it is education as sovereignty, ensuring that our destiny is not dictated by external forces, but shaped by the skills and creativity of our own people. And so when Grenada, Jamaica, or Dominica rebuilds a school after a hurricane, we are not just rebuilding classrooms. We are rebuilding futures. And so we need partnerships. Education thrives when ideas and systems are shared across borders. Partnerships build better schools, yes, but more importantly, they build better citizens of the world. For small states like mine, partnerships bring the reach and the resources we cannot muster alone. They open doors to technologies and opportunities beyond our shores. For larger states, partnership with us offers something equally valuable: lessons in adaptation and creativity, forged on the front lines of hurricanes, pandemics, and economic shocks. Together, these halves create something greater than either could achieve alone. An education system collaboration. It is investment in the kind of world we wish to leave behind. But yet, there's conflict, instability, and the attack on education. So, Madam President, we must also speak honestly of the shadows that darken our world today. Wars rage, economies falter, communities fracture, And amid this turbulence, it is children who bear the heaviest burden. When a school is reduced to rubble, when a teacher is silenced, when a family is forced to flee in fear, education becomes the first casualty of the conflict. And when education is taken away, it is not only opportunity that dies, but hope itself. We know all too well what follows: ignorance that breeds division, exploitation that preys on vulnerability, extremism that fills the void, and the cycles of despair that pass from one generation to the next. A child deprived of learning today becomes an adult deprived of dignity tomorrow. And a society deprived of educated citizens becomes a society deprived of peace. And so this is why I say to this assembly today, protecting education in times of conflict must be treated as a pillar of peace building. Just as we rush to shelter the displaced and heal the wounded, we must also safeguard classrooms and teachers. Just as we protect hospitals, so too we must protect schools. Because whether that child is in Palestine, in Haiti, in Sudan, or in Ukraine, their right to learn is as sacred as the right to life itself. A child in Grenada, a child in Canada, or a child in Qatar deserve the same opportunity to unlock knowledge, to connect with teachers and peers, and to shape their future. An attack on education is an attack on all. A commitment to education is a promise we make for all. Madam President, today I urge this Assembly, regardless of history or grievance, to come to the table in a shared realization that no child's classroom should be traded for a battlefield, and no young mind should be collateral damage of political disputes. From Guyana and Venezuela to Belize and Guatemala, from Haiti's turmoil to the wars in Israel and Palestine, Sudan, and the Democratic Republic of Congo, we see conflicts that have as another casualty the education of children. All children, not the children of one side or another, but all children. And so I repeat, I urge all parties, regardless of history or grievance, to come to the table in a shared realization that no child's classroom should be traded for a battlefield, and no young mind should be collateral damage of political disputes. And so we must appreciate that dialogue is not weakness. It is, in fact, the highest form of courage. It is a choice to preserve learning, to preserve hope, and to preserve the possibility of peace. Grenada knows from experience that education thrives when nations stand in solidarity. Around the world, partners have trained our teachers, opened the doors of their universities, and strengthened our health and education systems. From the Republic of Cuba to the Kingdom of Morocco, from the People's Republic of China to the United Mexican States and beyond. Such partnerships have given thousands of our students opportunities in medicine, engineering, the sciences, and more, often offered in the spirit of friendship and even in times of difficulty. So it is regrettable that at a time when we should be expanding cooperation, restrictive measures and political divisions continue to weaken international collaboration and punish countries like Cuba that have sought to deliver the promise that education holds. Grenada hopes, for the sake of the Cuban people and for the good of our region, that greater steps will be taken towards Cuba's engagement in the economic and social life of our hemisphere. For small island states, every partnership in education and development is a lifeline. We cannot afford to see those lifelines severed by geopolitics. And so, Madam President, that is why I join my Caribbean colleagues in reaffirming our region as a zone of peace. This principle is not simply a diplomatic phrase. It is a pledge to our people, because conflict undermines development, and peace is the first investment in people. Other courageous champions of education have reminded us that classrooms must be defended even more fiercely than borders. Her Highness Sheikh Musa bint Nasser has echoed the sentiments that in times of war, and I quote, "The right to education should be defended just as we defend the right to food and shelter," unquote. The children of Palestine deserve that right to education. They too deserve the right to a future. Gordon Brown, Rasa Machel, Khalid Satir, and Malaya Yousafzai have carried the same conviction onto the global stage, that protecting learning is protecting humanity's future. Education cannot wait for the end of conflict. It must be safeguarded in spite of it. Governments, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector must become partners in this defense. We must work together to rebuild schools and create systems that are resilient enough to withstand war and disasters. Partnership can be the difference between a child picking up a book and a child picking up a gun, between hope and hopelessness. And so my global call to action, the numbers speak for themselves. Each additional year of schooling raises a person's earnings by an average of 10%. If every child in low-income countries left school with basic reading skills, 171 million people could be lifted out of poverty. If all girls completed secondary school, child marriage would fall by 2/3, and maternal deaths would drop by almost half. And if every adult worldwide had just 2 more years of education, global GDP would grow by trillions of dollars annually. These numbers show that education does not just change the fortunes of individuals, it changes the fortunes of nations. It shapes economies, democracies, and peace itself. But let me be clear. In this era, technology and education without ethics is not enough. We must also teach our young people how to think critically, act ethically, and live responsibly in digital spaces. Education must prepare not only workers for jobs, but also active and responsible citizens. Not only coders of software, but also stewards of truth. Not only innovators of technology, but also guardians of humanity. Because we live in an age where misinformation travels faster than facts, and where algorithms can divide as easily as they can connect. In such a world, education must equip the next generation with the wisdom to discern, the courage to question, and the empathy to choose what is right. So let us imagine then a different world. A world where a child at a standpipe in St. David, Grenada, has the same access to knowledge as a child in New York or Tokyo. A world where a child in the rubble of Port-au-Prince can log on to a digital classroom and continue learning despite the chaos around them. A world where a child in a refugee camp, stateless but not hopeless, can study, dream, and prepare for a future beyond the fences that confine them. That vision is within our reach, but it will not come by chance. It will come by the choices we make here together in this assembly and in the partnership we embrace moving forward. And so in concluding, Madam President, colleagues and friends, education is not only a policy, it is a promise. A promise that no matter the size of a nation, the color of a passport, or the weight of a child's circumstances, that the door to opportunity remains open. For Grenada and the Caribbean community, education is the antidote to ignorance, the pathway to resilience, and the seed of innovation. It is how we turn survival into sovereignty. It is how we transform vulnerability into vision. And so I urge this assembly, let us protect our classrooms as fiercely as we protect our borders. Let us value our teachers as highly as we value treaties. And let us treat education not as a privilege for a few, but as a right for all. Because when we safeguard education, we are safeguarding peace. When we democratize knowledge, we democratize hope. And when we give a child, whether in St. David, Grenada, or Port-au-Prince, Haiti, or Gaza, Palestine, or in a refugee camp anywhere, the tools to learn, we give humanity itself the tools to endure. So let us resolve together that no classroom, no student, and no country will be left behind. Let us believe that together, that resilience is not just surviving the storms of our time, but building a world where education ensures we thrive beyond them. Thank you, Madam President.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Infrastructure and Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation and Transportation, and Minister for National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management of Grenada. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Rim Talba San Emmanuel Wedra Ogo, Prime Minister and Head of Government of Burkina Faso. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Secretary General of the United Nations, Heads of Delegation, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to address you on behalf of President Captain Ibrahim Traoré, President of Burkina Faso, Head of State, during this session, to convey the voice of the dignified, honest people of Burkina Faso. I would therefore like to convey fraternal greetings to you, to all citizens of the world committed to peace and freedom. Madam President, on behalf of Burkina Faso, I would like warmly to congratulate you upon your election to the presidency of this, the 80th session. Your election bears witness to the trust of the international community in your leadership, your ability to listen to other views, and to dialogue. In Burkina Faso, you will find a sincere, constructive, and committed partner. I would also like to express my gratitude to your predecessor, Mr. Philemon Yang. My gratitude for the high quality and rigor of the work he undertook during the previous session. Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Burkina Faso fully aligns itself with the statement delivered on behalf of the Alliance of Sahel States by the Republic of Mali, together with Niger as well. We belong to a community of aspirations in a forum of renaissance and breaking with the past. Secretary General, Burkina Faso would like to pay tribute to the work of the UN system and its partners in this common quest for stability and prosperity. The present meeting, which is being held 80 years after the adoption of the United Nations Charter, is a suitable opportunity for us to take stock candidly of what our organization has achieved. And that is what the topic for this meeting suggests that we do. Better together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. This is fully relevant in light of our mutual commitment to bring about a world that is more just and to build more effective multilateralism. It is therefore part of this approach that should guide every nation, every sub-regional, regional and international group. This is the oak anniversary after 80 years that should really lead for us to carry out an introspective assessment of what we have achieved. Rather than being a cause for celebration, this anniversary is in fact akin to looking at an embarrassing fiasco, a collective disappointment and a structural failure. Because we have to be honest with ourselves, we should humbly recognize that even though globally there have been some achievements, there is rather a negative backdrop as a result of 8 decades of optimism that have been sorely put to the test, 8 decades of disappointment, 8 decades of shattered dreams, 8 decades of failure to meet the moment, in a nutshell. That is unfortunately the bleak picture of a UN that many of our forefathers from 1945, if they were still alive, would have struggled to accept. It is therefore difficult to celebrate given such a mixed backdrop to this anniversary. How can we understand the fact that Africa, the cradle of humanity, and where there are so many conflicts, and which represents more than 1 billion human beings, remains excluded from the Security Council's decision-making bodies? How can we accept the fact that peacekeeping missions, financed to the tunes of billions of dollars, are leaving our countries in the lurch and are leaving behind frustration and suffering rather than tangible results? The causes of this collective failure are well known to all, notably the member states themselves, who, after 8 decades, have, within this General Assembly, devoted their energies to defend noble causes and to propose realistic reforms without being successful in this quest. What can we do if the decisions of the General Assembly, which are not binding, are simply making it irredeemably inaudible and ineffective? Could we expect the Security Council to be more successful when it is tarnished by politicization and when it is powerless as a result of its inconsistencies and ineffective because of its permanent divisions? What is even worse is that this Council, whose role today is misused, the Council is in fact a troublemaker as a result of the tacit, underhand and sometimes active complicity of some of its permanent members, who are themselves major actors and financiers of the crises of our time. That is what the Security Council has become. It has become a pernicious body, which, as a result of the predatory behavior of some of its permanent members, they can decide which country will be on the Council's agenda, in which other country peacekeeping operations can be sent, as if to better legitimize their role. We are therefore powerless in the face of the failure of initiatives which are nevertheless good ideas as a result of the rivalries between states and the unresolved crises that are so numerous, the most emblematic of which is the conflict between Israel and Palestine, which has lasted too long. The sinful inaction of the international community in the face of lack of trust and the authority of states which have been undermined by terrorists. It is time for an awakening and for bold reforms, without which the Security Council will remain an anachronistic institution and will not be able to meet the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world that is changing rapidly as a result of rapid digital change and the persistence of geopolitical tensions, it is critical that we reconsider our economic development strategies. International trade can no longer be conceived through rigid schemas and imbalanced models that have been imposed upon us. Rather, it should be focused on strengthening economic autonomy, local use of resources, and promoting genuine social justice. It has been recognized today that lasting prosperity involves proactive industrialization policies, maximizing the value of raw materials and creating decent jobs, notably for young people. That is why we urgently need to break with the cycle of dependence on the export of raw materials. This is a model that increases our vulnerability and is a permanent brake on our emergence. In Burkina Faso, presidential initiatives bear witness to this determination to build a productive, inclusive and resilient economy which can bring new horizons for our citizens. That is why my country reaffirms its commitment to building a fairer multilateral trade system based on international solidarity and making the most of scientific progress, technological advancement and innovation, which are genuine levers for shared, lasting development. Madam President, like other nations in the Sahel, my country is going through one of the most testing times in its history. For almost a decade now, Burkina Faso has been attacked by terrorists supported by dark forces. These groups are coveting our resources. They are trying to shatter our sovereignty and impose the law of chaos. But rather than resigning ourselves to this fate, we have chosen to stand up with dignity and resistance under the leadership of our President, Captain Ibrahim Traoré. We decided to take our destiny in our own hands by mobilizing our defense and security forces, supported by volunteers for defending the fatherland, who are genuine heroes, by building up the Patriotic Support Fund, which is fueled by our citizens' voluntary contributions and contributions from our diaspora and friends of our country throughout the world. Since 2023, this fund has collected more than 413 billion CFA francs, which is startling proof of the patriotic spirit and unity of our people. By carrying out historic reforms to achieve food sovereignty, to restore our lands, and to relaunch our agricultural production, and to reduce our dependence on imports. These efforts that our determined people have undertaken are now bearing fruit. More than 72% of our territory has been recovered. Thousands of internally displaced people are going back home. Schools are reopening and social services are now resuming. Burkina Faso is thus showing that a united people can overcome even the toughest challenges. Burkina Faso hereby wishes to reaffirm fully responsibly that its priorities are non-negotiable and that its choices must be respected more than ever before.
Mesdames et messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen, our activities are aligned with the virtues of solidarity and unity. We are deeply convinced that a people brought together around a common ideal can achieve great things. The efforts undertaken by our fellow citizens within the country and in the diaspora, as well as their enthusiastic commitment to the momentum we've created, reaffirm that we've made the right choice, and this under the leadership of Comrade President of Burkina Faso, Ibrahim Traoré. The enthusiasm carried by the Patriotic Support Fund and the presidential initiative Faso Mebo is an excellent illustration of this. Established in 2023 in support of the Action Plan for Stabilization and Development, the Patriotic Support Fund aims to mobilize additional national resources, endogenous resources, so as to build our defense and strategic investment capacity. This fund has secured large-scale backing both within the country and in the diaspora. Madam President, the methodical pursuit of our reforms has meant that today we've made significant headway on economic governance. We have better control over public spending, we've optimized management of the state's human resources, we've streamlined institutional spending, and our debt levels are viable. These efforts can also be seen in a more equitable distribution of our national wealth, ensuring that the vast resources we have in Burkina Faso fully benefit our citizens, benefit our prosperity, instead of flowing to external interests or the representatives thereon within the country. Despite the difficulties inherent in the security and humanitarian crisis, the government has taken action across all sectors of socio-economic development, and this has brought noteworthy successes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are astonished by the condescending stance of certain UN agencies who feel it within their rights to meddle in our national debate using biased narratives, narratives which are divorced from the reality on the ground. We unequivocally reject the report entitled Children and Conflict in Burkina Faso, which is peppered with counter-truths and the very title of which demonstrates semantic manipulation. I would like to use this opportunity to commend the courage of our combatants and to pay tribute to military and civilian martyrs who honorably gave their lives in defense of our sovereignty. Madam President, we've always stated that terrorism is being used as a pretext, a convenient pretext, for certain states to pillage African resources. Thus, our countries are being confronted with terrorism. These terrorists being the troops of predatory foreign armies. Some states are no longer hiding this fact. They are publicly proclaiming their support provided to these criminals. A case in point is France. The Macron regime's public media, in addition to the daily disinformation it offers, has become a mouthpiece for the communication of these criminals, perpetrators of cowardly, barbaric attacks committed against our peaceable citizens. On this note, we'd like to reiterate our call for a response to be given to the request submitted on the 20th of August 2024 by the member states of the Confederation of Sahel States. This was addressed to the Security Council. To this day, this request has gone unanswered. This ongoing silence further discredits this institution, leaving doubts about its implicit connivance. What's even more concerning is the fact that some members of the Security Council are continuing to trample over Resolution 1373, which is actually binding. This resolution imposes the suppression of terrorism financing, strengthening border controls, and enhanced international cooperation. In the Sahel, we've taken note of this reality. As a result, we've adapted our security arrangements to the reality on the ground, in addition to revising our modalities of cooperation with certain countries. Madam President, we remain convinced that the United Nations should be the framework for dialogue and cooperation. But what we're calling for is a renewed partnership underpinned by mutual respect, equality, and genuine solidarity. Ladies and gentlemen, confronted with common threats and external interference, Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger have pooled our forces so as to establish the Confederation of Sahel States. The ASS is not a retreat, it's not a way of turning inwards, not at all. It is us asserting that we have the right to determine what happens to us, to pinpoint our own priorities, and to craft regional cooperation that exclusively serves our people. This choice is a matter of dignity. We are refusing a system whereby our countries were all too often used as a territory for the maneuvering by foreign players in pursuit of foreign agendas. It is our willingness to be the agents of our history, to write ourselves the future our children will live out. The ASS is in keeping with the fight of Pan-African figures such as Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, and Kwame Nkrumah. Today, a new generation of leaders is taking up the baton. Firmly convinced, and this conviction brimming with inspiration, the inspiration given by the father of the August 1983 revolution, the idea that only struggle liberates. Madam President, Africa, for 80 years now, has sought to claim its legitimate place on the Security Council. It is high time to deeply reform our organization. Specifically, what we need is to introduce a bold Security Council reform, granting Africa a permanent seat on the Council. We must also improve resource management to make the United Nations more effective, to bring it closer to the people it claims to serve. We must also staunchly address the structural causes of international injustice, whether that be terrorism that's been instrumentalized by some, the embargo on Cuba, sanctions against Venezuela, Russia, Nicaragua, inter alia, and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the impasse that surrounds it. There's also the role to be played by China in our future. There is also the specific case of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. We'd like to reiterate our unswerving support to the Venezuelan people, which for decades has suffered campaigns of isolation, illegal sanctions, and constant provocations. Faced with this flagrant interference in the sovereign affairs of this nation and this economic attack, which has disastrous humanitarian consequences, we'd like to express our solidarity with this country, Venezuela. Venezuela, which is resisting with dignity so as to maintain its right to craft its own destiny, free from ultimatums and foreign diktats. We appeal to reason and to diplomacy to end all hostile actions directed against Venezuela. Mr. Secretary General, I would now like to address you. It is high time for our organization to change paradigms, because today the United Nations finds itself in the same situation as the defunct League of Nations. The UN isn't able to make its voice heard, to ensure that its own principles are upheld. It's not capable of ensuring compliance with its decisions and resolutions by the powers that be. It's incapable of ensuring respect for international law, of settling many conflicts, or ensuring that it lives up to the task of addressing current challenges. Mr. Secretary General, you have an excellent opportunity to go down in history by shouldering your responsibilities to enact an in-depth transformation of the United Nations, on which so many hopes were pinned when it was established. You have the support of millions of people the world over to turn the organization into a genuine guarantor of peace and security in our world, instead of an instrument of domination in the hands of whoever is currently the mightiest. Despite the various pressure, despite all the power plays, we know that you have the ingenuity to liberate the organization and to ensure it is up to the task of our common ambition. Madam President, turning to development issues, Burkina Faso applauds the holding of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. It is our hope that the conclusions drawn in Seville will contribute to the advent of a financial architecture that's more equitable, which respects the sovereignty of states and support genuine transformation of developing countries. In a similar vein, it's absolutely vital to address the factors which serve as a brake on the full implementation of the Sustainable Development goals which are supposed to enact positive transformation in our world under the auspices of the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, 80 years after the penning of the UN Charter, our organization has not fulfilled the hopes pinned on it in 1945, far from it. 80 years on, our world brims with injustice and suffering. There are risks of yet another large-scale conflict. They are becoming increasingly palpable. This is a source of concern for the future. But it is not too late to give new impetus to our common home, the impetus it currently lacks. Burkina Faso, true to its Pan-Africanist heritage, would like to reiterate its faith in renewed, fair and equitable multilateralism. We will resolutely defend our sovereignty and our dignity. However, we will also stretch out our hands to all nations enamored of justice, freedom and solidarity. Long live the United Nations organization, a reformed organization, a credible organization. Long live the Confederation of Sahel States. Long live Burkina Faso, a dignified, sovereign country standing firmly on our own 2 feet. Motherland or death, we shall prevail. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of Burkina Faso. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Terence Michael Drew, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends of conscience and colleagues in the cause of civilization, and to my fellow Kittitians and Nevisians at home and across the seas, I bring you greetings from our twin island federation, and I bring you a plea that must no longer be deferred. Madam President, for 80 years, this Assembly has been a harbor for hope. From these benches, ideas were born that banished hunger, cured children of diseases, and stitched torn treaties back together. We have reason to honor what has been achieved. Rights extended, ladders out of poverty raised, medicines and measures moved across borders. Yet alongside these triumphs are truths we must not hide. Partial pledges, procrastination, and the persistent practice of putting profit before people. Where progress has been made, too often it has been piecemeal. Where promises have been given, too often they have been broken. We meet now at a moment of moral measure. The map of human destiny is not drawn merely by the large or the loud, but by the just and the judicious. Diplomacy that is polite but passive is not enough. Language must be matched by labor. Pledges must be partnered by payments, and rhetoric must be redeemed by results. St. Kitts and Nevis stands ready to work, to partner, and to perform. But we ask for the great actors in this global drama a simple thing, and that is to transform your capacity into compassion, change the calculus of comfort for the calculus of climate justice. Madam President, we are people who measure time not by years alone, but by storms. Imagine, for example, an elder fisherman, hands like weathered rope, watching the reef that used to cradle his nets die away until there is nothing left to catch but mere memories. Imagine classrooms without roofs and homes without running water. These are not metaphors for us. These are our fears at the turn of every hurricane season. The climate science is stern and the signs are severe. Heat that hangs like a heavy blanket smothers harvests and hardens the soil. Seas that swell, swallow beaches where families once played cricket in the sand. Storms that arrive more often, that intensify in hours from Category 1 to Category 5, arrive with total fury and leave devastation in their wake. When a single hurricane can steal away years of a nation's GDP in a single night, the ledger of gross national income becomes a misleading measure of our well-being. This is the anatomy of an injustice. The emissions that warm the planet are poured by the many into an atmosphere owned by no one and paid for most dearly by the few, by our large ocean states. What was forged by centuries of industrial development now returns as tempest and trial to those least responsible. That is not merely an accident of geography. It is a failure of stewardship, a moral failing that we must name and a responsibility we must repair. We therefore welcome the ICJ's landmark ruling on the responsibility of states for climate change, and which makes clear that under international law, states have a binding duty to protect our planet from the escalating climate crisis. We must do better. We must cut emissions deeply and quickly, scale finance fairly and urgently, and equip vulnerable nations with the tools to survive and to thrive. I am also pleased to inform that on August 29 of this year, St. Kitts and Nevis ratified the BBNJ Treaty. This is a historic achievement for the ocean and for multilateralism. Madam President, St. Kitts and Nevis has chosen to script a different future for survival and growth, one that speaks to balance of care and of durability. We have launched, therefore, the Sustainable Island State Agenda, known as CISA, a deliberate blueprint that sets our course to 2040. CISA is not a slogan. It is a structured mechanism that places people at the center of progress and entwines sustainability with prosperity. It is guided by 7 fundamental pillars: energy transition, water security, food and nutrition security, sustainable industries, sustainable settlements, circular economy, and health and social protection. Each pillar reinforcing the others like ribs holding up the body of a nation that intends to continue standing strong. Our path on the CISA is both practical and poetic. We are reimagining energy so that the power that lights our homes does not darken another nation's future. We are investing in water as a right, not as a luxury, by drilling wells, restoring reservoirs, and integrating desalination powered by the sun so that a child need not learn to ration. We are reworking food systems so farmers can feed nations, not just our markets. We are building homes that will shelter hope in the time of storm, hospitals that will heal in the time of shock, and schools that will kindle the skills to continue economic diversification. These are not abstract ambitions. They are concrete commitments. A 70,000 gallon per day solar desalination plant already commissioned, and a 2 million gallon desalination plant nearing completion. Geothermal drilling in our sister island of Nevis, supported by multilateral finance to power both our islands and beyond. An ambitious smart homes program, a new smart climate resilient hospital, all expressions of our small nation answers a large challenge. We are taking bold, tangible actions that demonstrate how sustainability can be sewn into the simplest seams of daily life. The CISA vision mobilizes resources, aligns ministries, elevates visibility, and, most importantly, invites society into shared responsibility. It is an audacious plan because audacity is required of small states when the storm approaches. Madam President, distinguished colleagues, just last week, this Assembly took a vital step toward when the United Nations adopted by consensus a progressive resolution that revitalizes the Commission on the Status of Women. St. Kitts and Nevis was honored to co-facilitate this resolution alongside Ireland, a natural partner for equity, sustainability, and resilience. St. Kitts and Nevis has made the empowerment, protection, and upliftment of women and girls a cornerstone of our national agenda. Today, our Parliament boasts the highest number of female members in our nation's history, and it is led proudly by a woman Speaker of the House. This is not symbolic, it is structural. It is proof that when women lead, nations rise. Our sustainable island state agenda is deeply rooted in gender equality. By empowering women and girls, we are not only advancing fairness, we are reinforcing resilience. For we know this truth: when women are given the tools to thrive, families flourish, communities strengthen, and nations become unshakable. Madam President, the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index is a pivotal turning point. The MBI centers vulnerability, not just income, as the criterion for concessional financing. For countries like ours, which may register as high income on the basis of statistical averages, yet can be economically annihilated by a single climatic event. This change is life-saving. Where GDP is a static snapshot, the MVI is a living lens. It sees susceptibility, it weighs shocks, it measures exposure. The MVI can unlock concessional finance for resilience, transform loans into lifelines, and ensure that the reality of risk is not lost in translation. But let us now move from recognition to realization, from the adoption of the MVI to its full institutionalization across the World Bank, across the IMF, across regional development banks. Let us make vulnerability into the architecture, let us bake vulnerability into the architecture of global finance so that resilience is not the exception, but the expectation. Distinguished colleagues, talk of reform must not be timid. The architecture of international finance was largely built in a different century for a different world. That architecture must be remodeled so that it reflects the realities of today: climate risk, transnational inequality, and the asymmetric impacts that fall upon the smallest and the most exposed. St. Kitts and Nevis affirms its staunch support for the Bridgetown Initiative, where our region's clarion call for financial and climate justice. The Bridgetown Initiative offers a practical, principled platform to alter debt dynamics, to reposition credit flows toward green investments, and to operationalize liquidity instruments that protect the vulnerable. We therefore ask this Assembly and our global partners to help convert initiative into instrument and to shift rhetoric into reflowing capital for resilience. The mission of the United Nations, therefore, peace, development, and human rights, is not advanced by preserving an architecture that perpetuates fragility. Reform is justice. Reform is prudence. Reform is protection and equity. Madam President, I want to acknowledge this deep significance of the recent Africa-CARICOM Summit, a historic convening that rekindles bonds severed by the brutality of the transatlantic slave trade and colonization. This diplomatic meet was a profound moment of remembrance, resistance, and reconnection. We gathered as descendants of a common ancestry, forging a shared agenda for reparatory justice, trade, transport, investment, sustainability, peace and security, climate action, and technical cooperation. Our partnership sounds loud, not only a call for financial redress, but for justice. Reparatory justice is not just about giving money, it is about correcting a moral wrong. For centuries, our ancestors were forced to work, beaten to work, dehumanized to work for free. Yet when emancipation came, it was not the enslaved who received reparations, but their enslavers. This moral inversion must be corrected. And as part of this broader historical reckoning, I also amplify the call for full exoneration of His Honorable, Most Honorable, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, a global icon, Pan-Africanist, and prophet of liberation. And while we welcome the posthumous pardon granted to him, we continue to petition for his full exoneration. Let us correct this error in the record of justice. So today, we stand not in anger, but in resolve. And as Martin Luther King said, the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. With our African brothers and sisters, as a nation and as a region, we will continue to bend that arc toward justice, toward cohesion, and toward a future shaped not by the chains of history, but by the power of solidarity. Madam President, there is a phrase that I hold dear. Peace is not the absence of noise. Peace is the presence of safety. For those of us in the Caribbean, peace is a practical prerequisite for prosperity. Our zone of peace must be more than a slogan pasted on policy papers. It must be defended by concrete measures, better public health frameworks, stronger interdiction of illicit weapons, greater cooperation on maritime security, investment in community safety and youth empowerment programs, and international support for capacity building in policing and justice systems. We recognize the serious threats posed by drug trafficking and other transnational crimes. These scourges must be addressed through cooperation, dialogue, respect for sovereignty, and the full respect for the principles of international law. Therefore, we continue to call for measures that encourage peace, stability, and mutual respect. These are the only foundations on which lasting security and sustainable development can be built and maintained in our hemisphere. Historically, in our region, disputes have been resolved through dialogue. As such, we encourage dialogue between our two dear friends, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and the United States of America, to ensure that our region remains a zone of peace. We are not asking for pity or imposition. We are asking, therefore, for partnership, for tools to block the flow of guns and the flow of funds that fuel violence, for initiatives that create opportunities so that young men and women find purpose in productive work rather than perilous pursuits. Partnership, not pity. Prevention, not punishment. And yet, Madam President, partnership alone may not be enough. The time has come to reshape the United Nations itself, to reform its structures so that they reflect the realities of our modern world. The Security Council, the very body charged with maintaining international peace and security, cannot be credible if it excludes representation from the regions most vulnerable to the threats of our time, Latin America and small island developing states such as those in the Caribbean. To secure a world of peace, those who suffer the sharpest edges of insecurity must have a seat at the table where peace is forged. Across the globe, conflict continues to wreak havoc. In Gaza, Ukraine, Sudan, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Yemen, and each theater of violence is a theater of human cost. Children displaced, parents bereft, infrastructure destroyed. The pathway to peace is hard and long, but there is no ethical alternative to persistent and constructive diplomacy, to humanitarian corridors that put people above politics, and the courage and will of leaders to commit to a world rooted in peace, justice, and compassion. St. Kitts and Nevis therefore calls for an end to the anguish caused by the horrific genocide that is unfolding in Gaza. We categorically condemn this affront to humanity, for which there must be accountability. We urge for an immediate and unconditional ceasefire for the protection of civilians, of children, of women, of the vulnerable, of the weak. And we also call for the release of hostages and for the restoration of basic necessities and humanitarian access. International law, conscience, and human decency demand no less. Further, the path to lasting peace between the State of Israel and the state, yes, the State of Palestine, one that guarantees human rights, dignity, and security for all, lies in the implementation of a two-state solution. Madam President, distinguished delegates, our region remains incomplete while Haiti suffers. Haiti's struggle is our shame if we do not respond with resolve. The people of Haiti carry within them an extraordinary history of emancipation and courage. Yet that history has been marred by instability, natural disasters, and foreign interventions that have too often deepened dependency and deprivation rather than delivered dignity. St. Kitts and Nevis and the Caribbean community welcome the commitments of partner states, notably the Kenya-led multinational security support mission and the backing of the OAS and other regional actors to help restore security and to assist in rebuilding Haitian institutions. But security is only the first step. We must invest in Haiti's health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and governance. We must help rebuild markets so that merchants trade rather than flee. We must help rebuild schools so that children learn rather than languish. We must help rebuild hospitals so that mothers are treated rather than traumatized. Haiti must be allowed to write and lead its own restoration story, and the international community must be a steadfast partner, not a script writer. Madam President, the economic, commercial, and financial embargo against Cuba is a relic that continues to wound an entire people and weaken regional solidarity. Year after year, this Assembly has reaffirmed that the embargo is gravely unjust. St. Kitts and Nevis joins the Caribbean community in calling for its end and for Cuba's removal from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, which isolates it from commerce and cooperation. Cuba ha sido desde hace mucho tiempo.
Cuba has, for a long time, been a friend of our region, one of the most generous states in our region, and our partnership with Cuba will be long-lasting and will always be based on respect for the human rights of people, fully in line with international law. A stronger Cuba, a more sustainable Cuba, will not just improve the well-being of their own citizens, but also the security and sustainability of the entire Caribbean. When islands share storms, we must share solutions.
The theme of this 80th session, Better Together, asks us to imagine a world in which inclusion is operationalized, excluding Taiwan from agencies where it can and must contribute, such as the World Health Organization and the International Civil Aviation Organization, undermines global capacity for collective problem solving. Taiwan's contributions in public health, technology, and disaster response are not partisan. They are practical. To keep a door closed and cooperation in these domains is to take a risk the world cannot afford. Excellencies, the Taiwan Strait is not merely a lane on a map. It is a lifeline of commerce and human connection. We must urge calm, counsel conversation, and choose this diplomacy of dialogue over the dramatics of discord. Travel, trade, and talks are how we protect the livelihoods of ordinary people, whether in Taipei or the twin islands of our federation. Madam President, I speak to our youth, the wonderful youth of this world, those whose futures will be most shaped by what we do here. Your anger at injustice is justified. Your impatience is prophetic. We need your innovation, your indignation, and your insistence on better governance. Give us your ideas, and we will give you the institutions to implement them. Education must therefore be practical and futuristic. Training in renewable technologies, digital skills, sustainable agriculture, for example, are important. In St. Kitts and Nevis, we have a program for our young people that is called the Aspire program, meaning achieving success through personal investment, resources, and education. Our national effort to invest in our children's future. In this program, every child between the ages of 5 and 18 gets a grant of $1,000, partly to be deposited as savings and partly to buy shares in local companies. So from very young, they are building their financial future, a gateway, a pathway to end poverty in our country. This is an example of how we seed hope at the roots. In conclusion, Madam President, distinguished colleagues, when we accept the verse that says, "We shall overcome," we must pair it with the refrain, "We shall act." The triumph of the 20th century was not inevitable. It was the product of people who chose courage over comfort. The triumph of this century will be no less possible if we choose it. This assembly has the capacity to imbue policy with compassion, to turn knowledge into kindness, to render solidarity not as sentiment, but as system. Let us be architects of a world where smallness is not a sentence, but a strength, where islands like ours are recognized as laboratories of resilience rather than limit cases of neglect, where being better together means binding ourselves in common cause, common finance, and common care. May we be brave enough to act, willing enough to partner, and wise enough to ensure that when future generations ask, what did we do at this turning point, the answer will not be they hesitated, but the answer must be they not only acted, but they acted together as a human family. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance, National Security and Immigration, Health and Social Security of St. Kitts and Nevis. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Lamin Zain Ali Mahaman, Prime Minister of the Transition Government and Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of Niger. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Wa sallallahu ala nabiyil kareem. Excellences,
Excellencies, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of the sovereign Nigerian people the greetings and the message of His Excellency Army General Abdurrahman Tiani, President of the Republic of Niger and Head of State. At the outset, Madam President, if I may, I'd like to extend to you our heartfelt congratulations on your election to preside over this 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Niger would like to assure you that you have our full support as you fulfill your mission. I also wish to applaud the commitment and leadership of your predecessor, who steered the 79th session. Madam President, gentlemen, before getting to the heart of the matter, I would like to say that Niger supports the statement delivered on behalf of the Confederation of Sahel States from this very same rostrum by my brother and friend, His Excellency Abdoulaye Maiga, Prime Minister of Mali, and this yesterday on the 26th of September 2025. He forcefully expressed the aspirations of our alliance and our people, with full respect for our sovereignty, the defense of our interests, and genuine cooperation with all countries enamored of peace and justice. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to solemnly express the willingness of the sovereign people of Niger, through their government, our willingness to maintain friendly, cooperative relations with all governments and peoples enamored of peace and justice, and this with respect for the values and principles set forth by the United Nations Charter, as well as our sovereignty and our interests. And how can it be otherwise when we know that throughout our history, the people of Niger and of the Sahel in general, drawing on their vast social and cultural diversity, always drew on their ancestral values to forge secular bonds and to harmoniously coexist amongst themselves and with their neighbors as well. Among the values which underpin our society, our unity, and our common aspirations, there are a number which stand out: inter-ethnic mixing, kinship with humor, respect for otherness, as well as religious tolerance, and solidarity, not to mention peace. Throughout our history, we've strengthened mixing between the Hausa, Zama, Pils, Tuareg, Kanuri, Gumanche, Tubu, Arab, and Buduma people. This mixing meant that we established blood ties and indestructible alliances amongst the people of Niger. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can clearly see, the Nigerian people, the people of the Sahel, have a long-standing tradition of living together in diversity, solidarity, peace, and cohesion. Across the vast territory of the Sahel, where the climate is often arid, our people understood very quickly that it was necessary to organize, to establish bonds, to cooperate with one another, so as to live in peace and security on this shared territory. These people understood that sticking together, expressing solidarity, is not an option, a way of becoming stronger. It was a precondition for their very survival. And it is for that very reason that we naturally support all initiatives which support international cooperation and solidarity so as to achieve our common objectives, that is peace, development, and the well-being of all. For that same reason, we rise up against all initiatives or any actions which undercut the international community's efforts directed at achieving peace and development. Drawing on these principles, the people of Niger unreservedly condemn the Israeli genocide in Gaza. We unswervingly support the establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state. Much like Niger firmly condemns the Israeli aggression against Iran and Qatar, we also rise up against the trivialization of violence in the DRC, in Sudan, and in the Sahel, while the international community looks on indifferent. And in fact, some elements of the international community, some foreign powers are complicit in what's happening in the African continent. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, actors directly getting involved in conflicts are not the only ones responsible for the insecurity and uncertainty our world faces today. Niger would also like to denounce the inaction of all those who do have the means to act to promote truth and peace. The silence of those who do have a voice, the indifference of those egoists who stand ready to destabilize entire countries or regions in their own interests, the lack of humanism on the part of those who work in underhand ways to sow death in other countries, and the foolishness of those who betray their motherland and their continent. President, ladies and gentlemen, inaction, indifference, complicit silence, as well as subversive and underhand actions to destabilize the situation, violent disinformation campaigns, information wars. This is the reality that my country and the Confederation of Sahel States, the ASS, are facing as we combat imported terrorism backed by sponsors. Niger, in particular, has been living through this since the 26th of July 2023. That is the date when the sovereign people of Niger decided to take destiny into their own hands. We must grasp the complexity of the tragedy unfurling in the Sahel, the challenges it throws up, the ins and outs. This is necessary to understand not only the game various actors are playing, but also the determination of our people and their governments to fight for victory, to tackle this challenge, regardless of the time and the sacrifice this will require. We will be defending our countries to ensure our survival. We will be defending our territory and our people. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the usual narrative states that the situation in the Sahel can be explained away by the fall of the Gaddafi regime in 2011 and the collapse of the Libyan state, which resulted in armed groups being unleashed in our region and large quantities of weapons flowing into that same region. Others might mention the victory of the people of Algeria, a victory over terrorism which they achieved in the 1990s, which as a result pushed the conflict to the Sahel as terrorists found refuge in the Sahara and the Sahel. We must add to that the indisputable fact that as Western powers and armies set up shop in the Sahel countries, in Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso in particular, to supposedly help these countries to combat terrorism, what we actually saw is terrorist phenomena in the region expand and intensify. Furthermore, it is also held up as an indisputable truth that the main leaders of these terrorist movements do not come from the Sahel. It's also necessary to underscore that they have vast logistical means, a specific modus operandi, and exhibit blind, unheard-of violence, which is completely foreign to our geographical and cultural space. Indeed, our countries throughout our history have known wars in the name of religion, we've seen rebellions, but we've never seen such bloody, gratuitous, indiscriminate violence on a scale that we're experiencing now. For all of the above reasons, I'm sure you'll agree that this is deliberately imported terrorism that we're facing. Madam President, this is also sponsored terrorism, and this throws up the actual genuine issue of terrorism financing and the destination of all of the resources terrorists have been capturing for over a decade now. How can we understand the fact that terrorists have maintained the war effort over such a long period of time? We must also point out the happy coincidence which saw in Kidal, in Mali, a stronghold for terrorists liberated in the third trimester of 2023, quarter of 2023, at the same time when the French army was leaving the Niger. The government of Niger, much like those of Mali and Burkina Faso, regularly informed international public opinion of the evidence we've collected, evidence of the involvement of a number of foreign powers in the destabilization of the Alliance of Sahel States and of the support they're providing to terrorists. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, speaking from this rostrum, I'd like to condemn the self-avowed support of France to terrorism in Sahel and in particular in Niger. Indeed, since French troops were cast out from Niger in 2023, as announced, the government of France has established a subversive, underhand plan to destabilize my country. It involves sending intelligence to, training, funding, and equipping terrorists. Unfortunate attempts to create the conditions for inter-ethnic conflicts in Niger and in the Sahel, a disinformation and misinformation campaign to discredit my country, our institutions, our political leaders, and our army. France has also maintained and fueled ongoing political tensions between my country and some of our neighbors. On top of that, we must mention the economic and financial war, an unprecedented war which betrays France's hateful desire to thwart any and all of our development projects by disincentivizing investment and systematically voting against my country in all international financial institutions, whether that be the African Development Bank, the World Bank, or the IMF. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening today in our region, in the Sahel, and specifically in Niger, is the result of a number of factors. First, unpaid colonial debts. These debts must be paid off. Our people never forgot the unheard of violence which characterized the colonial occupation. The infamous Voulet Chanoine mission and other military expeditions which stood out because of all the death and the large-scale torture which they unleashed in terror in Junju, in Duchi, in Koni, in Tessawa, and in Zinda, and this in a matter of years. In Zinda, as you know, there were even executions. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, speaking from this august rostrum, my country, Niger, entreats the world's conscience to point out this hostile force which has, since the 19th century, never laid down its arms, and which continues to wage total war against my country. Here is evidence of this. In November 2021, in Terra, young demonstrators were assassinated by the French army. The threat of military intervention on the part of ECOWAS has been instrumentalized by France. We must call a spade a spade. The abject terrorism behind which France stands, committing vile crimes in the ASS. For instance, those committed in Fambita on the 21st of March 2025. 44 Muslims were executed in cold blood while they were at Friday prayers. This rostrum also gives me an opportunity to pay a tribute and to think about all of the civilians and the soldiers who gave their lives shot down by the enemy. These crimes remind us of those committed by France in Niger, and this ever since 1899. Crimes which remain an open wound on our collective memory. In the name of human rights, I recall the innocent victims of the Central African Mission. I recall cities and villages which were pillaged and set on fire. I recall the carnage in Junju and Lugu. I recall martyr cities, Korenkalgo, where the population was entirely exterminated. In Beni Nkoni, where over 7,000 people were thrown into mass graves. I'm recalling pregnant women eviscerated, their fetuses left for the vultures to claim. I speak on behalf of raped women and hanged little girls. I speak on behalf of men shot dead and members of the resistance decapitated. On behalf of my country, Niger, I solemnly demand that France shoulders its duty of remembrance, to shoulder its duty of remembrance and to recognize its crimes. To recognize its crimes. On this note, General Chani has established a commission of experts, academics, and scientists to study these dark pages in our history and to rewrite the true history of our country, to set the record straight, to speak the truth, to reclaim ownership of our history, and to give back to our great nation its dignity. The pillage of our resources, to the detriment of Nigerians and the environment. Following half a century of exploitation, uranium has brought our people nothing but misery, pollution, rebellion, corruption, and despair, while the French prospered and bolstered their power. All of our aquifers are contaminated. It's unacceptable. Also, since the advent of the National Council for the Safeguard of the Homeland and the decision taken by our government to exercise its sovereignty over its resources, the French government, dismayed, has tried to drag us into endless legal proceedings before it will stop exploiting and selling our minerals. Ladies and gentlemen,
I would like to be clear that rather than breaking our spirit, the struggles we've had to face have only strengthened our determination to fight to the end, to vanquish the terrorists and their sponsors. We can already take pride in some structural achievements that we have seen. What the people of Niger have been successful in since the 26th of July 2023, with the National Council taking power, is to put our country on a new trajectory, which is a source of great hope. Success means casting away from our country the forces that were hampering our sovereignty and were preventing our forces of defence and security from equipping themselves with the means to fulfill their missions. This is something we have to do. Success also means breaking with all of the unfair conventions, treaties and laws that were not in the interest of Niger. This is a strong sign for all of those who are accustomed to looting Niger, that now our country will defend its interests unashamedly. Success also means reaffirming our sovereignty over our natural resources, which had all too long been plundered by foreign powers. Success also means uniting our people on questions of national interest. Now all the people of Niger are united. They are focused on safeguarding our country's best interests. They've understood that the battle is a collective matter. That is why we have a new motto, Labusani no in Zama, Zanshinkasane in Hausa, and Hala Ledi Non in Fulfude. This means this is our business and our business alone. Success also means awakening our patriotism, which had all too long been trampled upon by individuals acting in their personal interests. Now, the people of Niger are proud of their fatherland. Success also means sincere support from the people to the government. People are now fully behind our efforts to put our country on the path to development. This also means that Niger can stand on its own 2 feet, can stand up to and vanquish terrorism, can protect its sovereignty, can invest in the country's future, in a nutshell, can live without the so-called foreign assistance, which has so often in the past been used to threaten and humiliate us. Success also means that for the first time in our country's history, decisions affecting Niger and our people are taken in Niger, by the people of Niger, and in the interest of Niger, and nowhere else. That is what has allowed us, in spite of the difficult circumstances that we're all aware of, to take social measures, which are both robust and symbolic, which include lowering the price of petrol and gasoline, reducing the costs of some medical and surgical services, reducing school fees, and making sure that basic goods are affordable. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, Niger is well on the way to a new model of governance. This approach was built upon in the conference that was held, the national conference held in Niamey from the 15th to the 20th of February this year, which brought together all of the forces of the nation. This led to the adoption of significant recommendations and the drafting of a reform charter for our country. In line with the charter, it also allowed us to progressively establish our institutions, such as the Reform Council, the State Court, the Audit Court, the Commission to Combat Economic, Financial and Fiscal Crimes, the National Communication Unit, and the Authority for Regulation of Public Procurement. Next, in the diplomatic domain, Niger has not just enlarged its diplomatic relations with many countries and redefined consular positions, but has also redefined the framework of cooperation with its partners. This is now based on the absolute respect for our sovereignty, our strategic choices, and the legitimate aspirations of our people. Niger is therefore not isolated, far from it. We are also committed to a vast agricultural programme to ensure food self-sufficiency for our hard-working people, by ensuring that we fully use the thousands of hectares of arable land through large-scale irrigation. The head of state has asked for this to be a reality, and now the results that we've achieved are encouraging, 1 year since we've implemented these measures. For the first time in our recent history, the country has not been through a lean period, the period during which generally we had to request support from the international community. Our ambition is for Niger to have food sovereignty. Inshallah, we will no longer need to ask for support to feed our people. Turning to economics, in spite of the iniquitous sanctions imposed on Niger and the economic blockade supported and financed by France, who are trying to hamper our country, we have courageously kept going with our macroeconomic reforms, and this has led in particular to our taming inflation to minus 0.1% at the end of August of this year. And now we plan to see economic growth of some 7% looking in the period 2025-28. In addition, our budget deficit, which was 5.4% of GDP in 2023, will, we hope, be contained to 3% by the end of this year. And significant efforts have been made to improve our debt profile. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, now when it comes to the issue of human rights, Niger reaffirms its commitment to the international legal instruments to which it is a party. Nevertheless, we condemn the selective approach used in implementing human rights principles by some countries whose only aim is to harm our state's image. I would also like to clearly say that Niger and all of the Confederation of Sahel states, profoundly committed to respecting human dignity and the flourishing of our people, will not take any human rights lectures from any kind of body. Given the security, diplomatic and development challenges, Burkina Faso, Mali and Niger have taken the historic decision to establish a strategic alliance, which is the Confederation of Sahel states. And the speakers from Burkina Faso and Mali have already mentioned this. This is a context in which we coordinate our policies and we are building our future together with our own ideas to ensure that our diplomacy, which works perfectly well, can lead to specific outcomes so that we can meet the aspirations and needs of our peoples. This forum allows us to coordinate policy and to build our future with our own ideas and our own means, based on ancestral values, in a forum which we hope will soon be rid of all forms of threats. In conclusion, I would like to say that Niger is, as a result of its history and geography, facing many challenges. We have to acknowledge that, such as the effects of climate change, droughts, followed by floods, which are making life for our farmers even harder. Many of our young people are still in need, and we are also facing up to the fact that a lot of our wealth has previously been exploited by foreign powers, shamelessly. We also have the scourge of terrorism, financed by Western powers as a result of one-sided agreements. Terrorism has been plunging our towns into sorrow, and people have been deprived of their needs. However, Niger, together with the other two countries of the Confederation, are currently enjoying a renaissance, and we are currently on the road to recovery through the leadership of our three heads of state and our determination to take our destiny into our own hand. The recovery in Niger is not a break with the international community. It rather just reaffirms our sovereignty, our dignity, and our inalienable right to choose our partnerships for the well-being of our children. Our absolute priority, therefore, remains security. The fight against terrorism that we are engaged in, we are doing it ourselves, for our region, and also for the stability of the entire world, because we understand that we have to be self-sufficient. We can't rely on the UN, this powerless UN, which is hampered by the veto of Western powers. The UN has to be reformed. Niger's recovery also means economic progress through the responsible use of our immense varied natural resources. We have decided that these riches must benefit our people first and foremost. We are committed also to honest governance, and we invite international investors who wish to support us in this. It will be a win-win partnership. We also hold out our hand to all countries in the world who believe in a partnership based on mutual respect, justice and solidarity. This reform also means ensuring food self-sufficiency in our country. Our government is focusing on agroecology and large-scale irrigation, as I have already said. Being self-sufficient remains the watchword of our head of state. Madam President, we still believe in multilateralism as the way to overcome global challenges. However, this must be reformed. It must be more inclusive and it must be fairer. Africa must have its full place as it is required in international decision-making bodies, including in the Security Council. The voice of our alliance must be heard when peace in the world is discussed. We have our role to play. We must work together to build a more resilient, a fairer, more equal world. A world in which security is not the privilege of just a few powers, but the right of all countries, be they large or small. A world in which every nation's view counts without any kind of discrimination, and where the voices of the people are heard. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you on behalf of my country, Niger.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Transition Government and Minister of Economy and Finance of the Republic of the Niger. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Sonexay Sifandon, Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, at the outset I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Taking this opportunity, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and would like to offer our full support upon discharging your duties, and also to express my sincere appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Yang for his leadership throughout the 79th session, with significant outcomes achieved in many areas. Madam President, this year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. This General Assembly being held under the theme Better Together 80 Years and Beyond for Peace, Development and Human Rights is of historical significance as it recalls the shared aspiration of the international community that led to the adoption of the UN Charter in 1945, following the catastrophic destruction of the Second World War. This courageous decision, beyond its historical importance, also reflected the collective determination of all nations in chartering out a new direction for safeguarding global peace, anchored in the principles enshrined in the United Nations Charter, including the peaceful settlement of disputes, international cooperation, solidarity, and peaceful coexistence. The Charter established the fundamental principles that have guided all member states in promoting peace and fostering multilateral cooperation over the past 8 decades. Although the world has encountered multifaceted challenges and at times brought us to the brink of destruction, it was through the international community's firm adherence to multilateralism that we were able to overcome these obstacles through the peaceful settlement of disputes, allowing all humanity to live in peace, stability, and prosperity. These achievements underscore the tangible success of the United Nations in fulfilling its given mandate, with the Charter continuing to serve as our guiding compass. Madam President, today our world continues to encounter interrelated and deeply rooted challenges, leading to heightened geographical tensions and rivalry, widening inequality, combined with the lingering impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. These factors continue to threaten international peace and undermine development progress. In many regions, disputes and armed conflicts continue to persist, inflicting devastating consequences on the people across the globe. Therefore, we must redouble our efforts and exhaust all possible means to collectively address these challenges through dialogue and peaceful settlements, thereby protecting the hard-won gains and preventing further setbacks. In the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this context, the Lao PDR supports the UN 80 initiative proposed by the Secretary General, which fully aligns with the emerging opportunities and pressing needs of time. This initiative reflects the international community's continued commitment and aspiration to strengthen the United Nations in addressing the emerging global challenges. I firmly believe that in our ongoing efforts to reform the United Nations, priority must be given to maintaining peace, which is the most essential foundation for advancing sustainable development, ensuring justice, and preserving human dignity. At the same time, we must strive to further enhance the effectiveness of the UN's working methods and mechanisms through comprehensive and inclusive reforms. Madam President, the Lao PDR attaches great importance to enhancing its partnership with the United Nations. Over the years, our contributions in various areas as a member state reflect the steadfast commitment to promoting the role of the United Nations and upholding the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. The UN Charter provides the fundamental principles to which every member state must adhere to safeguard global peace and create an environment conducive to sustainable development. Over the past 7 decades, cooperation between the Lao PDR and the United Nations has been gradually expanded. With the UN playing an essential role in supporting the country's socio-economic development. In 2025, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Lao PDR's membership in the United Nations. On this important occasion, as a peace-loving nation, I would like to reaffirm the Lao PDR's firm commitment to the principles and objectives of the United Nations. Madam President, we welcome the successful outcome of the high-level meeting on the peaceful settlement of the question of Palestine and implementation of the two-state solution, which was held in between 28 to 30 July 2025. The adoption of the New York Declaration marks an important milestone for the international community in reaffirming our collective commitment to the pursuit of peace, justice, and shared responsibility. The Lao PDR continues to support the two-state solution, with the state of Palestine and Israel living side by side in peace and security, in accordance with the relevant UN resolutions. The Lao PDR sincerely hopes that the long overdue question of Palestine, which has persisted for decades, will be resolved by peaceful means. On this note, we call on the international community to intensify our efforts to support recovery and reconstruction work for the Palestinian people to return to normalcy. Drawing from our own experience, the Lao PDR believes that the war is never the answer, and the only path towards resolving conflicts is through diplomatic means, mutual understanding, respect for sovereignty, and adherence to the principles of international law. The Lao PDR is of the view that unilateral coercive measures is not only contradicting to the United Nations Charter and international law, but also hinders sustainable development and impose unjust suffering on innocent people. We must therefore redouble our efforts to foster an enabling environment for peace and development cooperation among all nations. And in this regard, the Lao PDR once again joins the international community in calling for lifting the economic and financial embargo against the Republic of Cuba, including the removal of Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism, and the elimination of all unilateral coercive measures imposed on sovereign countries. Madam President, the midterm review on the implementation of the 2030 agenda has shown that we continue to face numerous challenges. In this regard, the Lao PDR reaffirms its strong determination to implement the SDGs and welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future. The renewed commitments aimed at strengthening multilateral cooperation and advancing the key priorities of the United Nations. For the Lao PDR, the SDGs have been fully integrated into the National Development Agenda. We will continue to attain the SDGs through the implementation of our National Socio-Economic Development Plan, which, with consolidated efforts to enhance resilience and better respond to the current circumstances, including climate and environmental challenges, by applying climate-smart technologies. Likewise, we recognize that enhanced international cooperation, as well as access to new technology, innovation, and financial resources remains essential for countries in special situations and the most vulnerable groups. Taking into account its specific development needs and unique circumstances, the Lao PDR has therefore adopted the National SDG 18 entitled Lives Safe from Unexploded Ordnance. UXO contamination continues to pose major threats to the livelihood of the Lao people across the country and hinders national development efforts. Taking this opportunity, I call upon the international community to increase its support and assistance in addressing the UXO issue, including through the implementation of the International Convention on Cluster Munition, particularly by supporting the Lao PDR's presidency of the Third Review Conference on the Convention on Cluster Munitions in 2026. We are gratified to note that the Lao PDR continues to meet the thresholds for LDC graduation. To ensure a smooth and sustainable graduation, we are currently implementing the smooth transition strategy. Through close consultations and cooperation among the concerned sectors and development partners, in view of maintaining a positive momentum in the post-graduation period. Despite numerous challenges faced, the Lao PDR remains firmly committed to fostering self-reliant capacity and building resilience in all dimensions, including by putting in place basic economic structures, developing human capital, and enhancing domestic productive capacities, in view of realizing a self-reliant and independent economy. These efforts constitute the key objectives in the preparation process for LDC graduation, in line with the upcoming 10th Five-Year National Socio-Economic Development Plan for 2026-2030. The Lao PDR commends the successful outcomes of the Third UN Conference on Landlocked Developing Countries, particularly the adoption of the AWASA Program of Action. The Lao PDR will continue to streamline this program of action into the upcoming National Socio-Economic Development Plan to achieve our national development objective of transforming from a landlocked into a land-linked country. For the Lao PDR, infrastructure development for connectivity has been a top priority. In this connection, notable progress includes the completion of the Lao-China Railway, the development of the Lao-Vietnam International Seaport in Vung Ang, and the railway extension connecting Kham Muon Province in central Lao PDR to Vung Ang Seaport is also in the pipeline, as well as all expansions of the dry ports and multimodal transport service hub. These initiatives have contributed to the efforts to reduce transportation costs and open new routes for regional economic and trade integration. Madam President, climate change and natural disasters, which are occurring more frequently, have had severe impacts on many countries, including the Lao PDR. Therefore, the international community must redouble its efforts to implement the Paris Agreement and strengthen disaster preparedness, climate adaptation and mitigation, and to reduce the impacts of natural disasters. To ensure sustainable use of natural resources, the Lao PDR has adopted the National Strategy on Climate Change and remains committed to fulfilling its national obligations outlined in its nationally determined contributions. However, adequate financial support, technology transfer, and capacity building remain crucial for effective implementation of the said commitments. In this connection, we call on the international community to fulfill its obligations, particularly by providing $100 billion annually to support global climate action and assist the most vulnerable countries. Another untapped potential for sustainable development lies in digital, scientific, and technological innovation, which can serve as a powerful catalyst for accelerating progress toward attaining the SDGs. The Lao PDR supports the implementation of the Global Digital Compact and underscores the importance of digital access and inclusive governance, aimed at enhancing mutual trust and shared benefits. At the regional level, ASEAN continues to underscore the importance of digital transformation and the application of modern technology to enhance efficiency and strengthen adaptability. At present, ASEAN is accelerating the negotiation process on the Digital Economy Framework Agreement in view of positioning the region as a leading digital economic hub, promoting regional integration, expanding global connectivity, and enhancing the capacity necessary for addressing the emerging challenges of the modern global economy. Madam President, in conclusion, I would like to reaffirm the Lao PDR's commitment to promoting and supporting the United Nations in fulfilling its mandate, particularly by upholding the principles of the UN Charter. I am confident that a strong and effective United Nations not only plays a vital role in maintaining global peace and stability, but also accelerates progress towards achieving the SDGs and ensuring that the benefits are equally shared among all member states. On the occasion of the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations, I am confident that this offers an excellent opportunity for world leaders to discuss and explore all ways and means to safeguard peace and collectively address the challenges facing us today, as well as create a conducive environment in which all humanity can live in peace, security, justice, and prosperity. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Lao People's Democratic Republic, the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikol Pashinyan, Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Dear President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the main substance of speeches of all leaders of the Republic of Armenia from this rostrum has been dedicated to the conflict between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Such were also my speeches from 2018 to 2023. Last year, speaking at the 79th session of the General Assembly, I tried for the first time to speak not about the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, but about peace. My narrative was very cautious, very uncertain, although at that time already more than 12 kilometers of the Armenia-Azerbaijan interstate border had been demarcated for the first time, and the regulations on the joint activities of the demarcation commissions of the two countries had been signed by the two deputy prime ministers. After my speech, pivotal events have occurred in Armenia-Azerbaijan relations. Firstly, the regulations on the joint activities of the demarcation commissions were ratified in both Armenia and Azerbaijan, receiving the highest legal force. This is the first bilateral international document signed and ratified between Armenia and Azerbaijan. In this document, the 1991 December 21 Alma-Ata Declaration is mentioned as the basic principle of border demarcation between the two countries. I'm referring to the demarcation of the interstate border. Thus, the optimistic processes of the preceding period continued over the past year. In March of this year, Armenia and Azerbaijan were able to agree upon a draft agreement on establishing peace and interstate relations and to conclude the negotiations on the draft with such a positive outcome.
In that document, too, the parties, referring to the Alma-Ata Declaration, confirmed their understanding that the borders between the former Soviet Socialist republics of the USSR have become the international borders of the respective independent states, and on this basis, they recognize and respect each other's sovereignty, territorial integrity, inviolability of international borders, and political independence. As you have now seen, the reference to the Alma-Ata Declaration means that both countries recognize that the territory of the Republic of Armenia is identical with the territory of the Armenian Soviet Socialist Republic, and the territory of the Republic of Azerbaijan is identical with the territory of the Azerbaijan Soviet Socialist Republic, and the borders encompassing these territories are inviolable. The aforementioned agreement on the establishment of peace and interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan was initialed on August 8 of this year in the U.S. capital, Washington, D.C., at the White House, by the foreign ministers of the two countries, in the presence of the U.S. President, the President of Azerbaijan, and myself. The culmination of the meeting that took place at the White House on August 8 was the declaration that we adopted as a result of the meeting with the President of Azerbaijan, and which was also signed as witness by the U.S. President, Donald Trump. That declaration stated that Armenia and Azerbaijan recognize the need to chart a course for a bright future, not bound by the conflict of the past, consistent with the Charter of the United Nations and the 1991 Almaty Declaration, and that after the conflict that brought immense human suffering, the conditions have finally been created for our nations to fully embark on building good neighbourly relations on the basis of the inviolability of international borders and the inadmissibility of the use of force for the acquisition of territory. This reality, which is not and should never be subject to revision, paves the way for closing the chapter of enmity between our two nations. We resolutely reject and exclude any attempt of revenge, now and in the future, reads the declaration. In the same documents, we, the leaders of Armenia and Azerbaijan, reaffirmed the importance of opening communications between our two countries for intrastate, bilateral and international transportation, for the promotion of peace, stability and prosperity in the region and its neighbourhood, on the basis of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity and jurisdiction of the states. These efforts are to include unimpeded connectivity between the main parts of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Nakhchivan Autonomous Republic through the territory of the Republic of Armenia, with reciprocal benefits for international and intrastate connectivity for the Republic of Armenia. It was also noted that the Republic of Armenia will work with the United States of America and mutually determined third parties to set forth a framework for the Trump Route for International Peace and Prosperity, the TRIP Route Connectivity Project in the territory of the Republic of Armenia. We confirmed our determination to pursue efforts in good faith to achieve this goal in the most expeditious manner. Distinguished President, ladies and gentlemen, what does all this mean? All this means, and I am happy to report to the entire international community, that peace has been established between the Republic of Armenia and the Republic of Azerbaijan. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of United States President Donald Trump is decisive in this peace process, whose dedication, consistency and principledness make possible what seemed to be impossible. This is why we agreed with Azerbaijan's President Ilham Aliyev on our joint decision to nominate President Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize, because we have seen through our own example that President Trump is truly committed to the idea of peace. I would also like to emphasize the role of the peoples, governments, and parliaments of Armenia and Azerbaijan, without whose support, of course, it would have been impossible to reach this point. Peace, thus, is established, but peace is not a vacation. It is work, everyday work. Peace requires daily care, like a newborn baby, to be protected from infections, the cold and the heat, the indifference and the pessimism. Conflict indeed poses far fewer questions before us, and the options for answers in the case of conflict are not many, while peace brings with it questions, new questions, more questions, questions continuously, and peaceful life is about answering those questions with care and not with disdain. Thinking diligently about those questions and formulating the answers in good faith is the institutionalization of peace, which is a continuous necessity and something we ought to deal with every day. In this context, it is extremely important to clarify the fate of persons whose whereabouts are unknown and to address the issue of persons deprived of liberty as a result of the long-standing conflict, which is also part of our daily work agenda. The trip route infrastructure project will operate in the territory of the Republic of Armenia with a business model agreed upon in a bilateral US-Armenia format. Consisting of several dozen kilometers of various infrastructures, the trip route will have both regional and global significance and impact. By the way, in the context of caring for and nurturing the established peace, it is very important to use a pro-peace, legitimate and agreed-upon narrative when speaking about this project as well. The President of Azerbaijan, with whom we adopted the Washington Declaration, has used the so-called Zangezur corridor expression several times since then, including from this rostrum. Such an expression does not exist in the documents agreed upon in Washington. It has never been in the Armenia-Azerbaijan negotiations or documents. I think it makes sense for my Azerbaijani counterpart to clarify what he means by using that expression, because in the Armenian reality, it is perceived as a territorial claim on Armenia and is associated with conflict narrative. In the documents of August 8, we agreed upon clear content and narrative, and it is not possible to understand casting doubt on commitment to those agreements in any way through the narratives I mentioned and or through other narratives expressed from this rostrum. Such narratives do not increase people's faith in peace, nor do they stem from the atmosphere of peace and the agreements reached at the highest level. At various rostrums, the President of Azerbaijan speaks about the alleged capitulation of Armenia. To be frank, I do not understand, in the presence of such a huge positive content achieved through joint hard efforts, why engage aggressive subtexts that are not connected with objective reality? Doesn't peace bring enough joy and satisfaction? To me, for example, it does. What also brings me joy is the fact that the Republic of Armenia is a democratic state that is developing at an impressive pace, independent, sovereign, and building its own future today, a state that does not harbor or spread hatred towards its neighbors or towards anyone. I call on the international community to take note that the so-called Zangezur corridor and similar narratives do not stem from the agreements reached. They have no connection with the agreements. They have an irritating and negative impact and are perceived as a territorial claim against a sovereign country, despite the agreements reached and declared. But this will not divert us 1 millimeter from the practice of celebrating the peace achieved and implementing the agreements declared. In my speech today, by the way, you will not find even one relevant provision or phrase, the justification for which I could not point to in the written agreements reached between Armenia and Azerbaijan in various formats, or in the documents signed and published in Washington on August 8. I suggest that my Azerbaijani counterpart focus on the prompt and precise implementation of the agreements reached, for which the use of legitimate narratives is essential. And so, under the TRIP route project announced in Washington on August 8, a railway, a highway, pipelines and electricity transmission lines will pass through the territory of Armenia, linking the east to the west. As a result of this agreement, the north will also be linked with the south. The mere geographic enumeration is enough to conclude that this is an accurate reflection of the Crossroads of Peace project, which I had the opportunity to present from this rostrum. The TRIP route infrastructure project stems from the Crossroads of Peace program, about the capacity development of which we signed a bilateral memorandum with President Trump on August 8 in Washington. I consider it necessary to note that, in accordance with the Washington Declaration, the opening of communications between Armenia and Azerbaijan for intrastate, bilateral and international transportation will take place on the basis of respect for the sovereignty, territorial integrity and jurisdiction of the states. And as I indicated earlier, these efforts will include unimpeded connectivity between the main part of the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Nakhichevan Autonomous Republic through the territory of the Republic of Armenia, with reciprocal benefits for international and intrastate connectivity for the Republic of Armenia. These agreements are a good opportunity for the Republic of Armenia to implement state-of-the-art technologies for border, customs and other controls, not only on the TRIP route, but also at other border crossings, which will comply with the most advanced modern standards. The opening of the Armenia-Turkey border is important for the TRIP route infrastructure project, meaning the opening of the railway and the highways, with the prospect of developing pipelines, electricity transmission lines and cables. I am pleased to note that in recent years, an unprecedented positive dialogue has been established between Armenia and Turkey. My meetings with President Erdogan are regular, with a continuously growing level of trust. This is an achievement that I highly value and am confident will bring positive results in the foreseeable future, namely the establishment of diplomatic relations between Armenia and Turkey and the full opening of the interstate border. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, the geography of diplomatic relations of the Republic of Armenia has been visibly and pleasantly expanding. During the 30 years of independence, the Republic of Armenia did not have diplomatic relations with Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. I am glad to note that now diplomatic relations have been established between our countries and a dialogue is taking place. And the traditional ties of the Republic of Armenia are developing noticeably. Our dialogue and brotherhood with the Islamic Republic of Iran and Georgia are becoming more visible. These relations, along with our relations with Turkey and Azerbaijan, are extremely important for seeing the South Caucasus region as a peaceful, stable, and developing environment. In this sense, I also value the 3+3 format, which is an important platform for us to engage in dialogue with the countries of our region and to develop our traditional dialogue with the Russian Federation, although we always have active contacts with Russia in a bilateral format. We have recently established a strategic partnership with China, and we have active political and trade economic ties with India. A balanced and balancing foreign policy opens up new horizons for us. We are intensifying our relations with Japan, Mongolia, the Middle East, and Central Asian countries. Ladies and gentlemen, in March of this year, the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia adopted the law on initiating the process of Armenia's accession to the European Union, which is of great importance for our agenda. This law is not only the manifestation of our unprecedented high level of relations with the European Union, but also a direct testament to our commitment to democratic values. Many ask when Armenia will become a member of the European Union and how realistic it is. Firstly, 2 of our 4 neighbors are candidate countries for EU membership. And secondly, the law on starting the process of becoming a member of the European Union is above all an incentive for us to consistently continue the democratic reforms. We want to be institutionally and substantively compliant with the EU standards. Short of such compliance, it is impossible to become an EU member. Therefore, when Armenia objectively complies with the standards of the European Union, from that point on we will have 2 paths. Either we will be accepted into the EU, or we will not be accepted. If they accept us, fine. If they do not, we will have accomplished a very important task set before us. Armenia will be a country that complies with the advanced, modern standards. Our aspiration to comply with European Union standards is a matter of not geopolitical, but rather democratic choice, because since the people's non-violent velvet revolution that took place in Armenia in 2018, we have adopted as a matter of strategy democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and an independent judiciary. In order to make our achievements in the field of democracy more institutional and pro-people, we intend to take the next step in the near future. After receiving the people's mandate once again in the 2026 parliamentary elections, we will initiate a nationwide referendum to adopt a new constitution, as a result of which all branches of government and the legal system established in the country will be organically linked to the constitution maker, that is, with the people, making Armenia's statehood long-lasting and people-centered. Ladies and gentlemen, the year 2026 will be unprecedented in terms of the international engagement of the Republic of Armenia. In May, the Republic of Armenia will host the 8th Summit of the European Political Community, and I cordially invite the heads of state and government of all the member states of the community to participate in this crucial event. This summit is a key platform for European political dialogue, the format of which enables us all to act as a large team connected by shared responsibility for Europe's and global harmony. By the way, it was at the first summit of the European Political Community held in Prague on October 6, 2022, where Armenia and Azerbaijan, as a result of a meeting organized by France and the European Union, for the first time agreed to recognize each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty on the basis of the Alma-Ata Declaration. As you see from my text, that agreement has had decisive importance. It is extremely important, and in the matter of reaching these agreements in Prague, I would like to emphasize the special role of French President Emmanuel Macron and his personal efforts. Dear President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, from October 18 to 30, 2026, Armenia will host the 17th parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, and it is my honor to invite all heads of state and government to participate in that conference in Yerevan. I hope that by then I will have reported at the 81st session of the UN General Assembly that the agreement on peace and the establishment of interstate relations between Armenia and Azerbaijan has been at least signed, the border between Armenia and Turkey has been opened, and the large part of the trip route investment project has been implemented. The Republic of Armenia reaffirms her commitment to the peace agenda and the achieved peace. I am convinced that with close dialogue with Azerbaijan and the support of regional countries and the international community, we will never again deviate from the path of peace. Long live dialogue, long live diplomacy, long live peace. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Armenia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sokan Prak, Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, first of all, I would like warmly to congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock upon her election to the presidency of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I would also like to congratulate His Excellency Philemon Yang for his stewardship of the 79th session. The Pact for the Future that was adopted during his mandate is fully relevant given the topic for this year, Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights. This illustrates the spirit of continuity and cooperation that underpins this august global body to remain a source of hope for all of humanity. This year's theme is not just a slogan. It solemnly reminds us that the UN's promise only remains when we act united, when we work to achieve solidarity between nations and peoples, and when we measure success not just in national terms, but in line of the common well-being of citizens of the world. 8 decades ago, After a devastating global war, nations large and small gathered together behind a unique vision. Peace, development and human dignity can only be guaranteed through collective action. Nevertheless, as we gather here to mark this important stage, the ideals of multilateralism are being put to the test. Geopolitical divisions have only got worse. Rivalries between major powers all too often hamper the Security Council's decisions. This leaves many crises throughout the world unresolved and puts millions of lives in danger. The world is now facing the harsh reality that might makes right, and that interdependence is no longer the cornerstone of peace, but rather a tool of threat and coercion. If we genuinely believe that we are better together, we must reinvigorate trust in multilateral institutions, invest in preventive diplomacy, and ensure that the UN is equipped, both politically and financially, to respond decisively and effectively to old and emerging challenges.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to speak about peace and to do so from lived experience. For decades, war and genocide traumatized our people and destroyed our country. Dialogue and not war between two true statesmen, our late King Father, His Majesty Samdechព្រះ Norodom Sihanouk, and our former Prime Minister, Samdech Techo Hun Sen, both blessed with wisdom, willpower, and genuine patriotism, had engendered the peace process and national reconciliation. It is now well known that peace was finally achieved through the win-win policy of Samdech Techo Hun Sen that ended 30 years of conflict without a single bullet being fired. We remain forever grateful to the many countries and to the UN peacekeeping operation that have extended support to Cambodia throughout the peace process. Across our towns and villages, the word "we thank peace" are not mere decoration. They are a daily affirmation that peace in our nation's is our nation's most precious treasure. This peace allows us to rebuild from complete ruin. Before the pandemic, our economy achieved an average annual growth of around 7%, positioning Cambodia to graduate from least developed country status by 2029. Through this development, millions has been lifted out of poverty in the past decades. We are grateful for our partners who are supporting Cambodia towards smooth graduation through, among others, open and inclusive trade. Guided by our pentagonal strategy, Cambodia aligns its development agenda with the Sustainable Development Goals. We officially launched last year the roadmap to achieve the universal health coverage in Cambodia by 2035, and expanding access to quality education, ensuring that our youth are equipped for a changing world. Our women now hold leadership positions in government and private enterprises at unprecedented level, strengthening the fabric of our society. We are firmly committed to protecting and expanding the civic space and strengthening democratic governance, knowing that development and human rights are inseparable pillars of lasting peace. On climate action, one of humanity's greatest collective tests, Cambodia has submitted its third nationally determined contribution to the UN FCCC. Last June, we signed the agreement on biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction and already deposited our ratification instrument earlier this month. These steps reflect our belief that environmental stewardship is a global duty and a moral imperative. With complete peace at home, Cambodia has been able to offer our humble contribution to peace building and peacekeeping around the world. From a country once hosting UN peacekeeping mission, Cambodia has become a steadfast contributor to global security. Since 2006, we have deployed over 10,000 peacekeepers, more than 800 of them women, to 10 UN missions across the globe. We have protected civilians, clear landmines, and support rebuilding war-torn communities. We are currently an active member of the UN Peace Building Commission, helping nations emerging from conflict to build institutions and foster reconciliation. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Cambodia's transformation embodies the UNGA 80 theme, namely, countries once in need can now become providers of peace and stability for others. It is therefore deeply painful to inform this august assembly that the hard-won peace that we so profoundly cherish and wholeheartedly share around the world is today threatened in our own home, not by internal division like in the past, but border conflict with a neighbor. We are grateful that a ceasefire brokered by US President Donald Trump effectively halted armed clashes that has caused death, injury, and destruction, and the displacement of hundreds of thousands innocent civilians. Like Armenia and Azerbaijan, Cambodia has nominated President Donald Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize for his crucial role in this important step to peace. However, the ceasefire remains very fragile, despite expressed commitment from both countries on the sincerity to strictly comply with the ceasefire terms, to rebuild trust and restore normalcy, and the positive outcome of following meetings hosted and coordinated by Malaysia, the ASEAN chair. But sincerity is only credible and trust can only flourish when respect with both the letter and the spirit of the agreement matches with real action on the ground. Sadly, continued unilateral move to impose territorial sovereignty from our neighbor, using forces instead of agreed mechanism, unilateral maps instead of internationally recognized ones that were produced in accordance with treaties that bind the two countries, and countless other actions undermine this trust-building and peace effort. Of great concern is the forced eviction of Cambodian civilians and threat to use national law against them, and to evict hundreds more from the lands they have lived in for decades. Such way of territorial control on the segment of the border yet to be demarcated demonstrate a clear disregard, not only for the terms of the ceasefire, but also the mutual agreements on the settlement of border issues. In the process, Cambodia's sovereignty and territorial integrity are violated, and the rights and dignity of many Cambodians infringed. Cambodia has consistently and strictly observed the ceasefire, demonstrating good faith and full transparency in the implementation of its term. We have exercised the utmost restraint, even in the face of repeated incident and provocation. As recently as this morning, there was an unprovoked attack near a sensitive site following an allegation that our force has opened fire first. We firmly reject such accusation. Our troops have not fired first, nor have they returned fire in retaliation to the provocation, underscoring our commitment to peace. Guided by the same spirit that ended our internal conflict near 3 decades ago, Cambodia reaffirms its call for dialogue and the peaceful settlement of all outstanding issues. We urge strict and sincere adherence to the agreed terms of the ceasefire, full respect for bilateral agreements, and observance of international law, including the Charter of both the United Nations and ASEAN. We earnestly seek the continued support and good offices of the ASEAN Chair and Member State, the Secretary General of the United Nations and relevant UN bodies, as well as leaders around the world, to help de-escalate tension, encourage a peaceful resolution, and prevent any further tragedy. Cambodia is a small nation focused on rebuilding our economy and improving the well-being of our people. We pose no threat to the sovereignty of any country. While we will always safeguard our independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity, the use of force will only remain a last resort. Cambodia will continue every effort to restore trust and normalcy, to promote harmonious coexistence and good neighborly relations, and to transform border areas into zones of peace, friendship, cooperation, and shared prosperity. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to honor the Founders' vision and meet today's realities, the United Nations itself must adapt. Cambodia supports pragmatic, incremental reform that strengthen the UN effectiveness without undermining the Charter. We believe that key priorities include empowering preventive diplomacy and mediation, giving the UN more tools to diffuse crises before they erupt, strengthening the General Assembly, which is the most representative body, by giving its resolution greater follow-up capacity and moral weight, expanding non-permanent Security Council seats to better reflect today's multipolar world and enhance legitimacy of the Council, enhancing peacekeeping and border monitoring missions, especially in dispute areas, so that small states have equal access to mediation and protection. Complementary measures such as funding, technology, and gradual legal adjustment can turn broad reform principles into concrete progress. For countries like Cambodia, the UN's greatest strength is not cohesive force, but its moral authority, legitimacy, and convening power, quality that can shield small nations and sustain peace. As we commemorate 80 years of the United Nations, let us honor the vision of its founders by choosing cooperation over confrontation, dialogue over division, and hope over despair. Cambodia stands ready to work to be better together with all member states, the UN system, and our partners worldwide to ensure that the decades ahead are defined by peace, sustainable development, and the unshakable dignity of every human being. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Cambodia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Sergei Lavrov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation.
Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, the most terrible war in human history came to an end. More than 70 million people fell victim to the fighting, famine, and disease. In 1945, the course of world history changed forever. The triumph over German Nazism, under whose banner most of Europe had rallied, and Japanese militarism paved the way for peace, recovery, and prosperity. This year, Moscow and Beijing held celebrations devoted to the 9th of May and 3rd of September holidays to mark the victory in the Great Patriotic War and World War II. The world witnessed grand military parades commemorating the decisive contribution of the peoples of the Soviet Union to the defeat of Nazi Germany and the particular role of the people of China in defeating militaristic Japan. We sacredly honor the memory of our brotherhood in arms with all of our allies who stood on the side of truth in the fight against the forces of evil. One of the enduring outcomes of that war was the creation of the United Nations. The principles of its charter agreed upon by the founding fathers of our organization continue to serve as a shining beacon of international cooperation. They embody centuries of experience of the coexistence of states and remain fully relevant in the age of multipolarity. The only thing that remains is for all member states, without exception, to adhere to those principles in full, in their entirety, and as they are interconnected. In practice, however, things look different. Widespread, gross violations of the principle of the sovereign equality of states are undermining faith in justice itself and leading to crises and conflicts. The root of the problem lies in the incessant attempts to divide the world into us and them, into democracy and autocracy, into a blooming garden and a jungle, those who are at the table and those who are on the menu, into the chosen ones who are allowed everything and the rest who for some reason are obliged to serve the interests of the golden billion. We advocate for unquestioning adherence to the principle of equality. It is the guarantee that all countries will be able to take their rightful place in the world order, regardless of their military might, the size of their population, or the size of their territory and economy. The principle of the non-use of force and threat of force has also been repeatedly flouted by the West. The NATO bombing of Yugoslavia, the invasion of Iraq by the US-led coalition, and NATO's military operation for regime change in Libya all ended in tragedy. Today, Israel's illegal use of force against the Palestinians and aggressive actions against Iran, Qatar, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria, and Iraq threaten to blow up the entire Middle East. Russia firmly condemned the attack by Hamas militants on Israeli civilians on the 7th of October 2023. However, there is no justification for the brutal killings of the civilian population of Palestine or for terrorist attacks. There is also no justification for the collective punishment of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, where Palestinian children are dying from bombing and starvation. Hospitals and schools are being destroyed, and hundreds of thousands of people are being left without shelter. There is no justification for plans to annex the West Bank. We are essentially dealing with an attempt at a kind of coup d'etat aimed at burying UN decisions on the creation of a Palestinian state. Recently, a number of Western governments announced their recognition of the state of Palestine. Moreover, they announced their intention to do so several months ago. The question then arises, why did they wait so long? It seems that they had hoped that soon, by the time the General Assembly session was convened, there would be nothing and no one left to recognize. The situation requires urgent action to prevent such a scenario, which was strongly advocated by the participants at the high-level international conference on Palestine. The strikes on Iranian facilities under IAEA safeguards deserve condemnation, as do the strikes on the capital of Qatar at a time when negotiations with Hamas were being held there with the participation of American mediators, among others. Yesterday, in the Security Council, the West rejected a rational proposal by China and Russia to extend the 2015 agreement on Iran's nuclear program in order to allow time for diplomacy. This has finally exposed the West's policy of sabotaging the pursuit of constructive solutions in the UN Security Council and its desire to extract unilateral concessions from Tehran through blackmail and pressure. We consider such a policy to be unacceptable and consider all manipulations to restore anti-Iranian UN sanctions as well as the sanctions themselves to be illegal. The West is not accustomed to observing the principle of non-interference in internal affairs. The colour revolutions have become a sad phenomenon of our time, and illegal unilateral sanctions have long since become the main tool of Western diplomacy. No matter what excuses are used to justify them, the essence of such sanctions is the same: to suppress and intimidate competitors in the global economy and politics. Russia, together with an absolute majority of UN members, calls for the immediate lifting without prior conditions of the trade blockade against Cuba, which has been in place for more than 60 years, and for it to be removed from the notorious list of state sponsors of terrorism. We express our solidarity with the people of Venezuela in the face of external sanctions pressure and threats. We advocate for Latin America and the Caribbean to remain a zone of peace and cooperation. A flagrant example of the undermining of sovereignty and gross interference in internal affairs is the actions of the West in the Balkans, where such a fundamental principle as the need for all UN members to comply with Security Council decisions is being violated. The unilateral recognition of Kosovo's independence, contrary to Resolution 1244, was essentially an attack on Serbia's state structure. Now the West has set a course for the collapse of the statehood of Bosnia and Herzegovina by sabotaging the Dayton peace agreement. In both Kosovo and Bosnia, an attack has been launched on the vital interests of the Serbian people, including the ancestral rights of Serbian Orthodoxy. Similarly, the Kiev regime, which seized power as a result of an anti-constitutional coup organized by the West in 2014, has set a course for the elimination of the canonical Ukrainian Orthodox Church and the legislative eradication of the Russian language in all spheres, in education, culture, and the media. Ukraine is the only country in the world that has legislatively banned the use of the native language of almost half of its population. Arabic is not banned in Israel, and Hebrew is not banned in Arab countries and Iran, but Russian is banned in Ukraine. Let me remind you that Article 1 of the UN Charter states the need for respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction as to race, sex, language, or religion. Europe remains silent on this issue, obsessed as it is with the utopian goal of inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia. To this end, the Ukrainian regime is permitted to do anything, including terrorist attacks against politicians and journalists, torture, extrajudicial executions, indiscriminate bombings of civilian targets, and reckless sabotage of nuclear power plants. As President Vladimir Putin has repeatedly emphasized, Russia has been and remains open to negotiations on eliminating the root causes of the conflict. Russia's security and its vital interests must be reliably guaranteed. The rights of Russians and Russian-speaking people in the territories that remain under the control of the Kiev regime must be restored in full. On this basis, we are ready to discuss security guarantees for Ukraine. So far, neither Kiev nor its European sponsors seem to realize the gravity of the situation or to be willing to negotiate honestly. The North Atlantic Alliance continues to expand right up to our borders, contrary to assurances given to Soviet leaders to advance not a single inch to the east. Contrary to the commitments made by NATO members at the OSCE to respect the principles of the indivisibility of security and not to strengthen their own security at the expense of others and not to strive for dominance. We repeatedly propose that NATO capitals respect their commitments and agree on legally binding security guarantees. Our proposals in 2008 and the subsequent ones, including in December 2021, have been ignored and continue to be ignored to this day. Moreover, threats of the use of force against Russia are increasingly being made. Russia is being accused of almost planning to attack the North Atlantic Alliance and the European Union countries. President Putin has repeatedly debunked these provocations. Russia has never had and does not have any such intentions. However, any aggression against my country will be met with a decisive response. There should be no doubt about this among those in NATO and the EU, who not only are telling their voters that war with Russia is inevitable and are forcing them to tighten their belts, but are also openly talking about preparations for an attack on our Kaliningrad Oblast and other Russian territories. We have some hopes for the continuation of the Russian-American dialogue, especially after the summit in Alaska. In the approaches of the current U.S. administration, we see a desire not only to contribute to ways to realistically resolve the Ukrainian crisis, but also a desire to develop pragmatic cooperation without adopting an ideological stance. Russia and the U.S. bear a special responsibility for the state of affairs in the world and for avoiding risks that could plunge humanity into a new war. The maintenance of strategic stability is the aim of a new initiative by the Russian Federation that was put forward by President Putin on the 22nd of September. It concerns Russia's readiness to adhere to the central quantitative limits of the New START treaty for 1 year after its expiry on the 5th of February 2026. This is upon the condition that the United States acts similarly and does not take steps that would violate the existing balance of deterrence capabilities. We believe that the implementation of our proposal would create the conditions necessary for avoiding a strategic arms race, to maintain an acceptable level of predictability in the nuclear missile sphere, and to improve the overall atmosphere in Russian and American relations. Colleagues, in December this year, we will mark the 65th anniversary of the adoption by the General Assembly of the Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Peoples and Countries. The decolonization process, with a leading role played by the Soviet Union, was a direct consequence of the realization of the right of nations to self-determination. The peoples of Africa and Asia refused to live under the yoke of the colonizers, just as after the coup d'etat in 2014 in Ukraine, Crimea, Donbass, and Novorossiya refused to submit to the Kiev neo-Nazi regime that had illegally seized power. It not only does not represent the interests of the population, but has also unleashed a war against them. In both cases, the principle enshrined in the 1776 Declaration of Independence and subsequently reaffirmed by many American presidents was put into practice. The following principle: governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Neither the colonizers nor the Kiev regime had any consent from the peoples that they sought to rule. This principle was also unanimously reaffirmed in the UN 1970 Declaration, which states explicitly that all must respect the territorial integrity of those countries whose governments represent the entire population living on the territory concerned. Today, Africa and the entire Global South are experiencing a new awakening, striving for complete independence, and the UN must not be indifferent to that. Last December, the General Assembly resolution entitled Eradicating Colonialism in All Its Forms and Manifestations was adopted. We call for the next step to be a decision to declare the 14th of December the International Day for the Elimination of Colonialism. We welcome the role of the Group of Friends in defense of the UN Charter in consolidating efforts to counter neo-colonial and other discriminatory practices against the global majority, and we invite all independent states to join the membership of that initiative and that group. The current balance of power in the world is radically different from that established 80 years ago. The decolonization process and other major upheavals have changed the political map of the planet. The global majority is loudly asserting its rights. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization and the BRICS play a special role as mechanisms for coordinating the interests of the countries of the Global South and East. The influence of the African Union, CELAC, and other regional associations is growing. These new realities have not yet been adequately reflected in our organization's institutional framework. The issue of Security Council reform is particularly important. Russia calls for its democratization exclusively through the expansion of the representation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. We support the application of Brazil and India for permanent seats on the Council, while at the same time correcting the historical injustice towards Africa within the parameters that have been agreed by the countries of the continent themselves. Recently, Secretary General Antonio Guterres proposed a comprehensive reform of the UN. We are not opposed to an open discussion of this initiative. The guiding principle should be the UN's return to the fundamental principles enshrined in its charter, which the West for many years has been seeking to replace with its rules-based order. It's important that the work be carried out transparently with the participation and consideration of the interests of all member states. We call on the Secretary-General and all Secretariat staff to strictly adhere to the principles of impartiality and equidistance in accordance with Article 100 of the Charter. Attempts at a palace coup in the Secretariat, its privatization by a small group of countries, must not be allowed. The composition of the Secretariat should reflect the new realities and ensure the fair representation of the countries of the global majority. We look forward to a constructive discussion of the organization's development at a special meeting of the Security Council, which Russia, as president, plans to organize on United Nations Day on the 24th of October. UN reform is only a part of the complex task of transforming the entire system of global governance, including the genuine democratization of the IMF, the World Bank, and the WTO, commensurate with the weight and role of the Global South and East in the world economy, trade, and finance. Discussions of global reforms cannot ignore the fact that the international security situation today is deteriorating. I have already spoken about the reasons for this, and I'll repeat that the main one is the desire to maintain hegemony through military force. More and more countries and regions are becoming involved in confrontational schemes. NATO is finding itself cramped in Europe and is penetrating into the Pacific Ocean, the South China Sea, and the Taiwan Strait, undermining the universal mechanisms of ASEAN and creating threats not only for China and Russia, but also for other countries that are located in the region. This new stage of expansion is justified by NATO leadership with the slogan of the indivisibility of Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific security, and they're trying to use this slogan to surround the whole of Eurasia with a military ring. Russia and its like-minded partners are offering a constructive alternative to this dangerous course, to build in Eurasia an architecture of equal and indivisible security, not just for NATO members and their allies, but for all countries and associations on the continent without exception, including the SCO, the CIS, ASEAN, the EAEU, CSTO, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and others. To this end, Belarus and Russia, as partners in the Union State, are proposing the development of a Eurasian Charter of Diversity and Multipolarity in the 21st century. A truly continent-wide process is unavoidable after the West's behavior has rendered the Euro-Atlantic security model based on NATO, the EU, and the OSCE meaningless. We see no prospects for restoring this model in Europe in its former form, as some European capitals have suddenly started to contemplate. When talking about the future, we must not forget the lessons of the past, especially in a situation where Nazism is rearing its head again in Europe and militarization is gaining momentum under the same anti-Russian slogans. This is all the more alarming given that a number of politicians in power in Brussels and in some capitals of EU and NATO countries are seriously beginning to talk about a third world war as a likely scenario. These figures are undermining any efforts to find a fair balance of interests among all of the members of the international community by trying to impose their unilateral approaches on everyone else in gross violation of the key charter requirement, which I have repeatedly mentioned already, that is the respect for the sovereign equality of states. It is this equality which is the foundation for the objectively emerging multipolarity. Russia is not agitating for revolution against anyone. Our country has suffered more than others from revolutions. We are simply calling on member states and the Secretariat's leadership to strictly adhere to all of the principles of the UN Charter without exception, without double standards. Only then will the legacy of the founding fathers of the UN not be squandered in vain. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Minister for Foreign of the Federation. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Perea, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señora Presidenta.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, as we meet here, 2.2 million human beings in Gaza are condemned to hunger by the genocidal extermination and ethnic cleansing actions of the Zionist regime, which enjoys the military and financial supplies and the impunity guaranteed by the government of the United States. On behalf of the government and people of Cuba, I reiterate our firmest solidarity with the Palestinian people and with their just cause for freedom, independence, and an end to the Zionist occupation. If the Security Council proves itself impotent because of the veto that the United States wields or threatens to wield, and is incapable of adopting effective measures to halt the barbarity, then this General Assembly has the duty and the capacity to put forward concrete measures without delay. At the very least, it must unequivocally declare Palestine's right to be a UN member state within the pre-1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital, and with the right of refugees to return. 11 million people, 3 million of them children, die every year from hunger and associated diseases. The climate crisis is destroying nations and lives, devastating communities and economies. A handful of countries and individuals have amassed more wealth than the vast majority of all other countries combined. Colossal inequalities stifle and prevent sustainable development. There has been no effective global response to today's serious challenges. There could not be, because the current world order reflects a bygone era when most developing countries did not even exist as independent states. 80 years ago, the United Nations was founded with only 51 member states. Today, we are 193. The most urgent priority is to create a new international order that guarantees peace, the right to development, sovereign equality, participation and representation of developing countries in global policy decisions, that provides for the common good and prosperity in harmony with nature, and ensures the exercise of all human rights for all people. Let us aspire to a new civilized coexistence in which solidarity, international cooperation, and the peaceful settlement of disputes prevail as alternatives to war, the use of force, aggression, and occupation, opposed to unipolar domination and hegemonism, an order without blockades or universal coercive measures, based on multilateralism and full respect for the United Nations Charter and international law. Even with its limitations, the United Nations continues to be the most representative body of the international community. We have the duty to protect and strengthen it in its intergovernmental essence, in its democratic foundations that cannot be diluted into generalized agendas subject to arbitrary priorities and rules imposed by the largest funders. What we must do is emphasize the central role of the General Assembly as its most democratic and representative organ. The UN 80 initiative, launched by the Secretary-General, must have as its main objective the strengthening of the intergovernmental nature of the United Nations and its capacity to better confront the urgent challenges of the present. We must reject the threatening proposal of a new doctrine that they call peace through strength, which is equivalent to imposing the arbitrary will of US imperialism on everyone through threat, coercion, and aggression. This is a doctrine conceived to satisfy the ambitions of a unipolar power already in decline, which, by the way, serves the interests of big transnational corporations at the cost of sovereign nations and their peoples, and to the cost of the values upon which this organization was founded. In the Caribbean, today we're seeing the looming threat of war, with an extraordinary naval and air deployment of an offensive nature, utterly unjustified, involving missiles, landing and assault craft, and nuclear submarines. Test missiles with nuclear capacity are being launched. The United States brandishes the pretext of fighting crime and drug trafficking. This is a tale which no one in this chamber believes. The attack and destruction of unidentified boats, the assassination or extrajudicial execution of civilians, the interception of fishing vessels, and aggressive actions by the United States generate a dangerous situation that violates international law, threatens peace and regional security. We reaffirm our energetic rejection of threats of aggression against Venezuela and our full support for the Bolivarian and Chavista government of this sister Latin American and Caribbean nation, and for the People's Military Union led by the legitimate President Nicolas Maduro Moros. We repudiate the Monroe Doctrine and any attempt at militarization, intervention, or imperialist domination in Latin America and the Caribbean, proclaimed as a zone of peace in 2014 in Havana, with the signatures of the heads of state and government of the Community of Latin American and Caribbean States. The accelerated arms race leads to competition in the field of death and destruction, employing extraordinary financial and material resources that could instead be dedicated to poverty alleviation, development, and cooperation. Meanwhile, most of the meagre goals of the 2030 agenda will not be met. Commitments of official development assistance are being ignored, and climate financing is decreasing. In 1960, before this very assembly, the historic leader of the Cuban Revolution, Fidel Castro, stated, and I quote, "Eliminate the philosophy of plunder and the philosophy of war will disappear." Madam President, climate change is advancing inexorably and quickly. The first 6 months of this year have been the hottest ever recorded. Last year was already the hottest. From this very podium, science and decades of collective work to protect the planet are now being questioned. If we don't change the unsustainable production and consumption patterns of capitalism and address their root causes, then by 2030 we will surpass the fateful threshold of 1.5 degrees Celsius. The external debt of developing countries already continues to grow, accumulating astronomical interest as a new form of colonization. What we need to do is implement the commitments undertaken at the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, with additional resources and a specific multilateral mechanism for debt negotiation. We're suffering the consequences of powerful cultural domination in an era when digital technology increasingly impacts our lives across the board. A few transnationals, almost all of them from the US, impose their operating systems and control the content that is seen, read and heard, manipulating human behavior. We are suffering from the dictatorship of the algorithm. What we need to do is establish at the UN as soon as possible common norms in order to unlock the transformative potential of new technologies, especially artificial intelligence, for the benefit of all, whilst at the same time mitigating the risks. Beyond the challenges that Cuba faces as a small island developing state, our country suffers from the devastating and accumulated impact of the policy of hostility and economic suffocation that has been imposed by the United States for more than 6 decades. The blockade against Cuba persists and is being tightened to the extreme. It is really a comprehensive and prolonged economic war aimed at depriving Cubans of their livelihoods and sustainability, of their existence as a supportive, educated and joyful people. Anyone who claims otherwise deliberately lies. The very promoters of this war boast of its destructive effect and its ability to strike anywhere in the world and affect the standard of living of an entire people. The aggression has escalated to unprecedented levels in the last 8 years, including increasingly acts of persecution and economic pressure on third parties, the countries that you represent, and that increasingly are elaborate, surgical and extraterritorial in nature. They affect productive capacity and have commercial and financial effects, affecting services and policies that guarantee social justice and life itself. Today, Cuba faces a grave scenario of prolonged and daily blackouts, difficulties in affording food, insufficient availability of medicines, reduced public transport, limited community services, and pronounced inflation, which is eroding real incomes. In 1960, the U.S. Undersecretary of State Lester Mallory drafted the infamous Memorandum of Coercion and Blockade against Cuba, and it is this that has guided U.S. policy ever since, and currently governs the policy of the U.S. He wrote, and I quote, "All possible means must be promptly used to weaken the economic life of Cuba, a line of action that achieves the greatest progress in depriving Cuba of money and supplies, to reduce its financial resources and real wages, provoke hunger, desperation, and the overthrow of the government." End of quote. The current Secretary of State of the United States is the reincarnation of that macabre figure. Madam President, Cuba is a country that is a victim of terrorism, and for decades we have been subject to state terrorism from the US. For years, and still today, terrorist acts against our country are organized and financed from US territory. And these people live here in total impunity, and they are recognized as perpetrators of horrendous acts of aggression against the Cuban people, causing thousands of deaths, mutilations, and significant material damage. In compliance with our counter-terrorism responsibilities and with UN efforts against this scourge, the Cuban government has officially shared with the US government in recent years the names and information relating to 62 individuals and 20 organizations based in this country who have been responsible for violent and terrorist acts and who continue from US territory participating in such acts against Cuba. No response has been received, nor is it known if the US authorities have taken any action against any of them. It is cynical that the US government, for purposes of political and economic coercion, labels Cuba as a state sponsor of terrorism, a slander not shared by this organization nor by any other of its member states. Many national institutions, both banking and financial as well as commercial, of nearly all the countries represented here, are intimidated by this false designation of the US government. And because of this, their banks very often avoid engaging with Cuban entities, offering us credit, supporting our commercial activity, or channeling our transfers. Added to this is intimidation against citizens of more than 40 countries whom the US government threatens with reprisals if they decide by right to visit Cuba. The United States has unleashed a virulent campaign of discreditation and persecution against Cuban Medical Corporation and of harassment and coercion against the authorities of countries that receive it. This is a strategy directed by the State Department directly. It seeks to disparage this cooperation, which has saved millions of lives and, in many cases, has been the only option for access to healthcare for large population groups. This altruistic and supportive cooperation rests on entirely legitimate bilateral agreements and aligns fully with international standards of this organization in the field of cooperation, as it does with the standards of other organizations. I confirm once again that Cuba will maintain its commitments with all countries with which we have bilateral medical cooperation agreements and programs, and we will remain willing to expand them with all governments who are prepared to develop such cooperation, respecting international law, national legislation, and all of this for the well-being of their peoples. Since 1963, almost going back to that time of Mr. Mallory's declaration, 605,000 doctors from Cuba, doctors and specialists, have carried out in dozens of countries more than 17 million surgeries and brought more than 5 million children into the world. At this moment, over 24,000 health professionals provide services in 56 countries. The aggression against Cuba is reinforced by a powerful machinery of destabilization that, from US territory and with funding from that country's federal budget, mounts an offensive aimed at disturbing public order, promoting acts of violence, disorienting the population, and discrediting our country. It is a strategy of unconventional warfare that combines emotional manipulation with informational intoxication in order to impose an atmosphere of despair and political demobilization. Faced with such an asymmetric onslaught, our people's determination is strengthened. We are aware of the great challenges that we face and of the need to direct with creativity and with everyone's contribution economic recovery and the strengthening of social policies. Last July, President Miguel Díaz-Canel said, and I quote, "We are not an accident of history. We are the logical consequence of a history of resistance and rebellion against abuse and injustice." End of quotation. We will not desist in our effort to build our dreams of a socialist country, better and more prosperous for all, based on the constitutional order chosen freely by our people, guaranteeing sovereignty, national and cultural identity, and reflecting the dream of José Martí, summarized in his memorable aspirations, and I quote, "The worship by Cubans of man's full dignity and to conquer all justice." We have designed a realistic program of economic recovery which is adapted to the very particular and extraordinary conditions of our country, aware as we are that we must overcome the devastating impacts of the economic blockade, correct the deficiencies of the current economic structure, and, I quote, "change everything that must be changed." We don't have any illusions, but results are already beginning to be felt at the macroeconomic level, although they have not yet been reflected in daily life for families. Cuba is a nation of peace. Despite all of the harm that the United States has and continues to inflict upon us, We have always been willing to engage in dialogue without preconditions and to attempt to move toward a respectful and civilized relationship with that country without subordination or limits on our sovereign prerogatives. Both peoples would benefit from that opportunity. A considerable number of Cubans live here in the United States, many of whom today feel threatened, having been vilely betrayed by politicians, especially in Miami, who have built careers and enriched themselves by supposedly representing them. With the constant sowing of hatred and political manipulation, these politicians are now opportunistically supporting xenophobic, racist and repressive measures of intimidation and reprisals unjustly applied against them. This is happening particularly in the State Department. We must not forget that the vast majority of Cubans came to this country over more than 60 years ago. They were driven by the conditions created by the blockade, and they were attracted by politically motivated laws and practices of stimulus, reception and protection, regardless of whether they immigrated regularly or not. Madam President, we reaffirm our commitment as a partner of country of BRICS. We reject the application of unilateral coercive measures which are intended to subjugate the sovereign will of peoples. We express our support for Belarus, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Iran, Russia, and other nations victimized by them. We reaffirm our solidarity with the Government of Reconciliation and National Unity of Nicaragua. We reiterate our support for the inalienable right of the people of Puerto Rico to self-determination and independence. The sister nations of the Caribbean deserve fair and differentiated treatment as well as reparations for the horrors of colonialism and slavery. The international community bears great responsibility toward the Haitian people. We maintain our modest cooperation in health with this brotherly country, and Cuba will join any international effort to support it, based on respect for its sovereignty without imposition or military intervention. We support Argentina's legitimate and sovereign right over the Malvinas Islands, South Sandwich Islands, South Georgia Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. Cuba remains committed to peace in Colombia, and we feel solidarity with President Gustavo Petro today. Africa, the cradle of humanity, will always be able to count on Cuba and the solidarity of Cubans. We support its just claim for reparations for the damage of colonization. We reaffirm our solidarity with the Sahrawi people and their right to self-determination. We reaffirm our support for the One China principle. We oppose NATO's aggressive military and nuclear doctrines. We firmly believe, without utopia, that a better world is possible. We believe it is our duty to struggle and work to achieve it. I reiterate the words of President Raúl Castro Ruz, spoken from this podium in September 2015, and I quote, "The international community will always be able to count on Cuba's sincere voice against injustice, inequality, underdevelopment, discrimination, and manipulation, and for the establishment of a more just and equitable international order centred truly on the human being, their dignity and well-being. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba. I now give the floor to His Excellency Dato Erwan Pehin Yusuf, Second Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be upon you all. At the outset, I bring the warm greetings of His Majesty Sultan Haji Hassanal Bolkiah, Muizzaddin wa Daulah, Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam to this esteemed assembly. Allow me also to extend heartfelt congratulations to you, Excellency Annalena Baerbock, on assuming the presidency of this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. We wish you a successful tenure. I also express appreciation to His Excellency Philemon Yang for his leadership of the 79th session, and I commend Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his tireless service in guiding our organization through turbulence and uncertainty. Madam President, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations is more than a commemoration. It is a solemn opportunity for reflection and renewal. Before 1945, our world was fractured by war and colonial rule. From that devastation, the UN was born. Its charter is not just a legal text, but a moral covenant, a collective vow to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war and to stand against dehumanization of people. For small states like Brunei Darussalam, which regained full independence in 1984, membership in the UN affirmed not only sovereignty, but dignity, equality, and belonging within the family of nations. This is why our commitment to this organization remains unwavering. It is the only forum where every nation, large or small, developed or developing, can stand and speak as equals. Over the course of 8 decades, the UN has delivered remarkable progress. It helped prevent the escalation of conflicts, supervised elections, and restored stability to many parts of the world. It has eradicated smallpox, contained Ebola outbreaks, and delivered hope during the COVID-19 pandemics. It feeds the hungry, educates the children, and protects cultural heritage. The UN has led global climate action, forged development first through the Millennium Development Goals and later the Sustainable Development Goals. It has also helped to shape international law, from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights to the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which remains to be the constitution of the oceans. These achievements have inspired Brunei's own journey. We remain committed to nurturing peace and harmony, advancing sustainable development, and pursuing environmental conservation and climate action. Regionally, we work through ASEAN to promote peace, prosperity, and integration. We also engage beyond the region through our participation, among others, in APEC, FIALAC, the Belt and Road Initiatives, and the CPTPP to strengthen cooperation and enhance our development. Hosting the ASEAN Center for Climate Change reflects our determination and commitment to turn our climate ambitions into actions. Guided by the principles of the United Nations, even a small country like Brunei Darussalam has found a place in the world, contributing to peace through humanitarian aid and peacekeeping. In the past, we supported relief and reconstruction efforts in Aceh following the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, and participated in peace monitoring in Mindanao. Today, we continue this role through the observer teams led by Malaysia, which were deployed to monitor the ceasefire between Cambodia and Thailand. Additionally, we maintain our long-standing participation in the UN interim forces in Lebanon, where Bruneian women and men serve with dedication. Madam President, what the UN has achieved so far is not a minor feat. They are the very essence of our shared humanity. Yet, we would be dishonest to speak only of successes. The Security Council, the guardian of peace, has too often been paralyzed, restricted by veto, divided by interests, and mute in the face of grave injustice. Nowhere is this failure more glaring, more tragic than in Palestine. The inaction undermines not only the Council's credibility, but the very foundation of the United Nations. It reminds us why reform is not an option, but an urgent necessity. Brunei supports efforts to make the Security Council more representative, transparent, and accountable in its action, and to limit the use of veto towards its eventual elimination. Madam President, 80 years ago, after the horrors of the Second World War, humanity made a vow: never again. Never again to genocide. Never again to killing with impunity. Never again to silence in the face of atrocity. Yet today, in Gaza, we see actions that betray that vow. Indiscriminate bombings, forced displacements, collective punishments, and weaponization of food and medicine. Entire neighborhoods in Gaza has been reduced to rubble under the guise of security. Children are born under blockade. Water is undrinkable. Electricity is a luxury. Freedom is a dream. We are told that this is about defense, but when bombs fall on schools, on hospitals, on houses of worships, when humanitarian aid workers, journalists, and medics are killed with impunity, what are they really defending? The suffering inflicted upon the Palestinian people bears chilling resemblance to the last century's darkest chapters, chapters marked by the Holocaust, by ethnic cleansing, and by the mass uprooting of entire populations during the Second World War. Today, to ignore such patterns of suffering is not neutrality, it's complicity. It is humanity abandoning its conscience. It is profoundly troubling that the very phrase, "never again," born from the ashes of the Holocaust, finds itself contradicted by the actions of the occupying regime. Its relentless pursuit of expansionism through annexation, illegal settlements, and the systematic erasure of Palestine echoes the ideologies of the past, such as the Greater Germanic Reich, which once sought domination at the expense of justice and humanity. Both of these ideologies contradict international law and the collective vow of never again. Never again does not belong to one people alone. It is a universal promise for all mankind, and we should stop breaking that promise. Recognizing the state of Palestine and supporting its full membership in the UN is not a reward. It is an inherent right of the Palestinian people. It is a matter of principle, justice, and humanity. Brunei stands in unwavering solidarity with the Palestinian people, and in this regard, we fully support the New York Declaration endorsed at the high-level conference on the question of Palestine, which was co-chaired by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the French Republic. We believe it offers a path for a just and lasting peace. We say all this not out of hatred, but out of hope for a future where both Palestinians and Israelis live in peace, not with domination, but with dignity, not with revenge, but with reconciliation. Madam President, the theme of this year's General Assembly, Better Together, is more than a slogan. It is a responsibility. It means renewing our faith in multilateralism. It means strengthening the United Nations' three pillars: peace and security, human rights, and development. And it means embracing inclusivity, transparency, and respect. For small states, multilateralism is not an option. It is our lifeline. As we confront climate change, pandemics, inequality, and conflict, no nation can stand alone. Only together can we secure a peaceful, just, and sustainable world for generations that are yet to come. The United Nations at 80 is not only about history, it is about a promise to be better together, a promise to ensure no voice is silenced and no nation, regardless of its size, is left behind. And so, I end the speech by quoting the words of His Majesty, the Sultan and Yang di-Pertuan of Brunei Darussalam, spoken in this very hall last year during the Summit of the Future. I quote, "Let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the UN Charter and international law without prejudice or discrimination, to unite our nations strongly." End quote. So let us reaffirm multilateralism, because the world is watching us, because the future is listening, and because together, only together, we will endure and keep the promise of never again. Thank you very much.
I thank the Second Minister for Foreign Affairs of Brunei Darussalam. I now give the floor to His Excellency Johann Wadefull, Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany.
Madam President, it's a pleasure to see you and a pleasure to see you in this role. Excellencies, on December 10th, 1932, a friend picked up Albert Einstein and his wife at their house near Berlin. Together they traveled to the German port city of Bremen. Albert and Elsa Einstein boarded a ship to North America. He planned to accept a 3-month position as visiting professor at the California Institute of Technology. Albert Einstein, one of the greatest physicists of all time, would never return to Germany. Only weeks later, the Nazi Party came to power. Excellencies, this year marks 80 years since the San Francisco Conference and the founding of the United Nations. The Holocaust and the World War, started by Germany, taught us that the denial of human dignity destroys lives, nations, cultures. The founders of the UN came together in the belief that the defense of freedom strengthens our shared humanity. It was a belief in a world order that gave my country the opportunity to be engaged for peace, prosperity and security and the family of nations, the United Nations. As Germans, we are deeply grateful for this opportunity. but it also means we feel particularly responsible for our United Nations. As Albert Einstein wrote in 1947, quote, "No international organization can be stronger than its component parts want it to be." In other words, it is up to us, the member states. We are the United Nations. We want these United Nations to be strong. Today, my country is running again for a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for 2027-28 term. We do so at a time of unprecedented instability and upheaval. In Sudan and neighboring countries, we are witnessing the worst humanitarian catastrophe of our time. Over 30 million people in need of humanitarian assistance. Over 12 million forced to flee their homes. We all need to do more to end this tragedy. The security of the entire region is on the line. The terrible war in Gaza is raging on. Hell on earth. A humanitarian nightmare as we speak. This war must end. The hostages must be released. The existence and the security of Israel will always be part of our raison d'etre. There must be a future in peace and in dignity for all in the Middle East. As we have reaffirmed in this hall this week, 2 states for 2 peoples, the only solution. I commend all those who continue to work tirelessly to find a path to peace, notably the United States of America. Excellencies, Iran has created and armed a network of malign proxy forces destabilizing the region. In addition, it has for many years been engaged in a nuclear program which goes far beyond any plausible civilian use. For us, it is imperative. Iran must never acquire a nuclear weapon. Since Iran clearly does not comply with its obligations under the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action agreed to in 2015, we had no choice but to trigger the snapback of sanctions. Following a clear vote by the Security Council yesterday, sanctions will be effective later today. But let me emphasize, we remain open to negotiations on a new agreement. Diplomacy can and should continue. And on my own continent in Europe, Russia is waging a war of aggression against its sovereign neighbor, Ukraine. A war that Ukraine did nothing to provoke. A war that demonstrates the disregard for the most fundamental of all rules of the UN Charter, that all member states shall refrain from use of force against territorial integrity of other state, a rule that permanent members of Security Council bear a particular responsibility to uphold. And while our minds are focused on current security and humanitarian crisis, we are aware that they are aggravated by the planetary crisis of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss, all of which threaten to bring more instability, more conflicts over resources, more lost lives and livelihoods. At 80 years, our cherished organization is challenged by a budgetary crisis, by a crisis of multilateralism, and by lack of respect for international law. At this time of crisis, we have set ourselves 3 key objectives. These have been at the heart of Germany's work at the United Nations for decades and summarize our Security Council bid today: justice, peace, respect. Since joining the United Nations, we have been adamant justice means development. Where hunger persists, there can be no lasting peace, German Chancellor Willy Brandt said in his first address to the United Nations in 1973. Justice requires that every human being has access to food, to clean water, to education, and to health care. Germany is the second largest contributor to the UN system. We are one of the largest donors of humanitarian assistance to Gaza. We will continue to provide aid through well-established partners operating in line with humanitarian principles, including the UN. This aid must get through to the people who need it most. We repeat our urgent call on Israel to enable safe humanitarian access. We support UNHCR's work in refugee camps in Sudan and neighboring countries. Through UNHCR, we have supported countries in providing shelter, food and medical services for refugees. And we are investing in giving people a long-term perspective. I saw for myself how citizens from Mariupol have been able to find shelter in a hub created by the UNHCR in the city of Dipno, and how displaced people in Bekaa Valley in Lebanon were able to return to their restored communities through the support of UNHCR. The concept of justice also means combating climate change. I myself come from a coastal region in the north of Germany. I know firsthand the risks and the consequences of rising sea levels. And I can assure those whose safety and livelihoods are already endangered by climate change today, we are and we remain by your side. Climate justice means supporting those who are most affected, helping them adapt and address the losses they are already facing. It means significantly reducing emissions globally and keeping the 1.5-degree limit within reach. Germany will be a reliable partner in this. We stand by our target to be climate neutral by 2045. Excellencies, justice, peace, respect. 35 years ago, we made a promise that a reunited Germany would work towards peace and stability. Our contributions to peacekeeping and peace building are proof that we are keeping that promise. German troops, police officers and personnel have served in 14 peacekeeping missions over the last 3.5 decades. As we speak, the German military is contributing the maritime component of UNIFIL off the shores of Lebanon. Germany military personnel supports UNMISS and MINURSO. And we are contributing financially to the security of Haiti, where gangs are terrorizing the civilian population, a situation where the UN has an essential role to play for peace and security. We are proud that highly qualified German nationals are making the UN system work and involved in important positions. Germany will continue to provide skilled personnel to the UN system, working for peace, development, and human rights at all levels. We are the largest donor for UN peacebuilding. Germany is chairing the Peacebuilding Commission until January of next year. This is in line with our long-standing commitment to support national peacebuilding and conflict prevention efforts, because we are convinced that resilient civil societies and strong institutions are essential for addressing the root causes of conflict and for building peace in the long run. The Women, Security and Peace agenda provides an essential contribution in that regard. Justice, peace, respect. Respect for the Charter of the United Nations, its fundamental goals and principles that we have all pledged to uphold. It is here in New York, in the halls of the United Nations, that all these nations come together to discuss peaceful solutions to conflicts around the world. This is where we unite. This is us. There is no other place like the United Nations. Excellencies, it is out of respect for international law and human rights that Germany works towards the establishment of a special tribunal for the crimes of aggression against Ukraine. That's why we support and defend international courts. That's why we work to protect human rights defenders where they are at risk. We stand by international humanitarian law. Ladies and gentlemen, respect also means reform. After 80 years, we must make sure that our institutions represent the world as it is today. The Security Council needs additional seats, permanent and non-permanent, in order to reflect the world's actual realities. Germany is convinced that additional permanent seats must go to regions underrepresented today, Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Now more than ever, we need our United Nations to be fit for purpose. Therefore, the UNAT process must succeed. Today, the United Nations needs our support. Excellencies, we all would only stand to lose in a world where might makes right, where international rules are obsolete, in a world where treaties are only binding for the weak, and where war is the continuation of diplomacy by other means. Such a world would ultimately be governed by force. Justice, peace, respect, that is Germany's offer to each and every nation represented here in this great hall. It is an offer to listen, to cooperate, to find solutions. It is an offer rooted in our willingness to listen carefully to your concerns. And it is an offer which we are ready to back up. It is an offer you can always count on, now and in the future. Thank you.
I thank the Federal Minister for Foreign Affairs of Germany. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Torgedur Katrin Gunnarsdottir, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland.
Madam President, Excellencies, at the heart of the UN Charter lies a simple but powerful principle, the dignity and worth of the human person. It is a reminder that the international cooperation is not about institutions for their own sake, but about people, ordinary people whose lives are freer, safer, and more prosperous when nations choose cooperation over confrontation, dignity over domination, rules over force. This vision, born in San Francisco 80 years ago, must remain our compass. Without it, our world would be less free, less just, and far less secure. For Iceland, a small state whose independence and prosperity depend on respect for international law, the rules-based order has been nothing short of essential. And sadly, these very foundations are under siege. Fundamental principles of self-determination and equal rights for all nations are increasingly being undermined and even deliberately abandoned. We see paralysis in the Security Councils, contempt for international law, and a disturbing rise in isolationism and big power politics. This, in turn, contributes to a decline in the public's trust in a system that has brought us so much in the past 80 years. This erosion of the rules-based international order is deeply, deeply dangerous. A world not governed by rules will be a world where the strong impose their will and the weaker, they will pay the price. This may appeal to those who possess such power. There are clear indications that it does. But that is a world we cannot and should not accept. Madam President, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine is not only a blatant violation of the UN Charter, it is a direct assault on this organization itself. And the fact that the aggressor sits on the Security Council entrusted with upholding peace is nothing short of obscene. Ukraine is not only bravely fighting for its independence and survival, but also defending the very, very values that the United Nations were founded upon: sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the right of all nations to live in peace and to live in freedom. Unfortunately, despite Ukraine's clear willingness and committed efforts by the United States and Europe, the path to peace has not advanced. As the past few weeks have shown, Russia does not want peace, Instead, the Kremlin accelerates brutal attacks on civilians and critical infrastructure in Ukraine. And meanwhile, Russia's provocations over Estonia, Poland, and Romania should be of concern to all nations. And let us be clear, Russia has no intention of ending this war. It escalates, it terrorizes, it tears children from their homes. Tens of thousands of Ukrainian children have been abducted, a heinous crime, an attack on Ukraine's very, very future. If the dignity and worth of the human person mean anything, it is that these children are returned immediately. To the people of Ukraine, I say, Iceland stands with you, not only out of solidarity, but also because you are on the front lines, defending a rules-based order where law prevails over brute force. You must, dear friends, have a just and lasting peace. Dear colleagues, we must speak with equal clarity about Gaza. We are witnessing now crimes against humanity and war crimes in broad daylight. What appears before us is systematic ethnic cleansing. This needs to end. We need an immediate ceasefire, full humanitarian access, and the unconditional release of all hostages. We need peace for all the innocent people. Iceland unequivocally condemned Hamas's gruesome terrorist attack on Israel October 7th. There is no justification for such brutality, nor the taking of hostages. But nothing, and I mean nothing, can justify the collective punishment of millions of Palestinians. Starvation, bombardment, forced displacement. These acts are cruel, they are inhumane, and they are illegal. There are children dying every day in Palestine. For the past 2 years, at least one child has been killed every hour in Gaza. Every single hour. Iceland recognized Israel in 1948 and Palestine in 2011. Our position remains clear. Both peoples have equal rights to self-determination. Lasting peace depends on it. A two-state solution where Israelis and Palestinians live side by side in peace and mutual recognition remains the only viable path to peace, even if many doubts its feasibility today. If we abandon it, we abandon hope itself. Extremists and spoilers on both sides have long stood in the way of peace. Hamas has no place in the future of Palestine. And when Israeli officials call for annexation or the expulsion of Palestinians, they are not defending Israel's security. They are not defending Israel's security. They are calling for violations of international law. And we call it what it is: hateful, illegal, and a direct obstacle to peace. President, Russia's aggression in Ukraine, Israel's military operations in Gaza, as well as the horrific war in Sudan, are the starkest demonstrations of deeply troubling global trend. Growing disregard for international law and multilateral commitments. We are seeing this when it comes to international courts. The opinions of the International Court of Justice, ACJ, and the International Criminal Court has been defied and targeted with punitive measures. At a time when more accountability is most needed, the very institutions that were set up to exert that accountability, they are now being actively eroded. And it pains me to see friends partake in this. This is especially alarming for small states like my own, whose very existence depends on functioning system of international law and commitments. When the powerful abandon the rules, all nations are at risk. The same applies to arms control, disarmament and non-proliferation, with troubling erosion of long-standing commitments and the weaponization of emerging disruptive technologies. We must also recognize new challenges, global corporations that transcend borders, shaping economies, technology, and also daily life without sufficient accountability. This is a reality without precedent, and one that demands also international responses. I implore all of you, not least those representing major powers, to think about this, to ponder what kind of world we actually want to live in. I, for one, know my mind in this respect. Madam President, human rights are not optional. They are not optional. They are universal, indivisible, and fundamental to peace and prosperity. It is a matter of pride for us that Iceland is seen as a global trailblazer in terms of gender equality. 50 years ago, next month, the women of Iceland set out to strike against the systematic inequality in the so-called women's strike. This set us on a path. But no country is perfect, however, and none has achieved full equality. My government, which is led by 3 women for the first time, is committed to pushing this progress further. And on that topic, Iceland expects nothing less than to see the United Nations finally led by a woman when the next Secretary General takes office. Dear colleagues, I must speak plainly. Those who rely on democracy, human rights and free trade, we are under pressure. Populist movements are gaining ground, and we see how disinformation and conspiracy theories spread online, corroding trust in facts, in institutions, in one another. The result is predictable: rising intolerance, especially towards marginalized groups, women, LGBTQI+ groups and persons, minorities, people whose only crime is being who they are. And let us be clear, women are not the problem. LGBTQI+ people are not the problem. Minorities are not the problem. The problem lies with those who spread fear and division. This trend is deeply dangerous for democracy, and it is why Iceland, as a member of the Human Rights Council, will continue to speak loudly and very clearly. Equality is not negotiable. Human dignity cannot be bartered away. Freedom of expression is the cornerstone of democracy. It is also the foundation of innovation, of culture, of progress. But freedom comes with responsibility. To distort free speech into the mass production of lies, propaganda, or AI-driven disinformation is not the exercise of freedom. It is its betrayal. Twisting facts into fake news, science into lies, and upending reality is an attack on truth itself. Iceland will continue to defend freedom of expression, but also to insist that it be used responsibly, not as a weapon to harm or to divide. President, as global needs are at an all-time high, we are seeing large-scale reductions in development budgets by several major donors with profound consequences for the poorest countries and the most vulnerable. Iceland, we will not follow that path. Ultimately, development cooperation is an investment in our common rights and freedom, bringing us towards a more stable, just, and a peaceful world. The climate crisis that we are certainly facing knows no borders. In the high north, where Iceland lies, temperatures are rising more than twice the global average. Glaciers retreat, permafrost thaws, oceans warm. And it is the poorest, those least responsible, who suffer then the most. For us Icelanders, renewable energy is the backbone of our security and also of our independence. And the ocean is our lifeblood, our history, our livelihood, our identity. Its health is inseparable from the fight against climate change and from the protection of biodiversity. The ocean gives, but it also takes. That shared understanding deepens our solidarity with small island states and others who are now on the front lines of sea level rise. Their reality must be faced by the entire UN membership together as a global family. Colleagues, the United Nations is not only about states and structures, it is about people, the people who work tirelessly for these organizations, often under immense pressure and even risking their own lives to uphold its ideals. To them, Iceland extends its deepest gratitude. Your dedication reminds us that the United Nations, imperfect as it is, we know that, still has a beating heart. But it is also about us here, the leaders gathered here. These are serious times that demand serious leaders as well. We cannot afford cynicism, short-termism, or the comfort of slogans. We must act with love for our people, with respect for our neighbors, and with wisdom for future generations. This is not naive. This is not naive. It is the essence of responsible leadership, and it is what the world needs from us. President, undermining the very institutions that have advanced peace, prosperity, and human rights over the past 80 years will only deepen the challenges we face. At this critical moment, it is crucial we reverse course so that we can pass on to the future generations that we may have at times taken for granted. The world needs the United Nations, and we have to be strong as we can be. And yes, we face daunting challenges, but our story as a global community is not only of crisis, not at all. It is also one of progress. Apartheid was abolished. Extreme poverty was cut in half. Treaties were created to protect our skies and to protect our seas. These achievements remind us of what is possible when we act together. For Iceland, the choice is very clear. We will always stand for equality, for respect for international law and for peace, even when the tide turns against us, even when others wish these values silenced. We will not be silenced. We will keep these values alive because they are the essence of the United Nations and they are grounded in the dignity and worth of human person. And let us revive the ideals that inspired the founders in San Francisco 80 years ago and draw on that same spirit today, not for their sake, but for our children's sake. They deserve a world where peace, where justice, dignity, and freedom are not just words on paper, but lived realities. And that is the legacy we must leave them. Thank you so much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Iceland. I now give the floor to His Excellency Subramaniam Jaishankar, Minister for External Affairs of India.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaskar from the people of Bharat. We are gathered here 8 decades since the founding of this unique body. The UN Charter calls on us not just to prevent war, but to build peace. Not just to defend rights, but to uphold the dignity of every human being. It challenges us to stand as good neighbors, uniting our strength so that generations to come inherit a world of justice, of progress, and of lasting freedom. Madam President, forces unleashed by history since the founding of the UN propelled this body forward. As decolonization advanced, the world began to return to its natural diversity. The membership of the United Nations quadrupled, and the organization's role and remit grew significantly. In the era of globalization, its agenda evolved even further. Development goals took center stage, even as climate change emerged as a shared priority. Trade acquired greater prominence, while food and health access were recognized as essential to global well-being. Where security was concerned, the UN undertook peacekeeping operations and promoted disarmament discussions. As a result, the UN became a natural platform to debate key global issues. Madam President, we must ask ourselves today, how has the UN lived up to expectations? And just look at the state of the world. There are 2 significant conflicts underway, one in Ukraine and the other in the Middle East, West Asia. Innumerable other hotspots don't even make the news. The slow progress of the SDG Agenda 2030 presents a sorry picture. On climate change, the reality is of recirculated commitments and creative accounting. If climate action itself is questioned, what hope is there for climate justice? When a once-in-a-century pandemic hits us, we saw open discrimination in access to vaccines. Last ones scrambled to survive, only to hear sanctimonious lectures thereafter.
When it came to trade, non-market practices gamed rules and regimes. The resulting concentration exposed the world to leveraging. On top of that, we now see tariff volatility and uncertain market access. As a result, de-risking is a growing compulsion, whether from limited sources of supply or over-dependence on a particular market. Economic concerns have other dimensions as well. Heightened technology control is one. The grip on supply chains and critical minerals is another. The shaping of connectivity is no less sensitive. Protection of key sea lanes has become a challenge. Restricting the evolution of a global workplace is an issue. Each makes a compelling case for more international cooperation, not less. But are we really headed in that direction? And where has the UN actually made a difference? Madam President, as members of the UN, we meet here as sovereign equals. That is not a formalism, but a recognition of the inherent diversity of our world. Understandably, we have different history, traditions, heritage, and culture. For them to coexist, for them to enrich each other, it is imperative that we foster understanding and respect. This will only happen when we resist political interference and economic pressures, when narratives are free of prejudice, when double standards are abjured, and when pluralism is truly appreciated. Madam President, Excellencies, while asserting our rights, we must also firmly face up to threats. Countering terrorism is a particular priority because it synthesizes bigotry, violence, intolerance, and fear. India has confronted this challenge since independence, having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. For decades now, major international terrorist attacks are traced back to that one country. UN's designated lists of terrorists are replete with its nationals. The most recent example of cross-border barbarism was the murder of innocent tourists in Pahalgam in April this year. India exercised its right to defend its people against terrorism and brought its organizers and perpetrators to justice. Because terrorism is a shared threat, Madam President, it is essential that there is much deeper international cooperation. When nations openly declare terrorism a state policy, when terror hubs operate on an industrial scale, when terrorists are publicly glorified, then such actions must be unequivocally condemned. The financing of terrorism must be choked, even as prominent terrorists are sanctioned. Relentless pressure must be applied on the entire terrorism ecosystem. Those who condone nations that sponsor terror will find that it comes back to bite them. Madam President, an objective report card will show that the UN is in a state of crisis. When peace is under threat from conflicts, when development is derailed by lack of resources, when human rights are violated by terrorism, the UN remains gridlocked. As its ability to forge common ground diminishes, belief in multilateralism also recedes. Central to the erosion of the UN's credibility has been resistance to reform. Most members strongly desire change, but the process is being made an obstacle to the outcome. It is imperative that we see through this cynicism and purposefully address the reform agenda. The historical injustice done to Africa should be redressed. Both permanent and non-permanent membership of the Council must be expanded. A reformed Council must be truly representative, and India stands ready to assume greater responsibilities. Madam President, today the predicament of the Global South is especially acute. Bharat, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, believes that it has both a duty to contribute and an obligation to motivate. That is why we have undertaken more than 600 major development projects in 78 countries, as well as innumerable community-based initiatives. They range from large infrastructure to small livelihoods, from capacity building to people's welfare, from concrete assets to education and training. Turbulent times require that we step forward during moments of crisis. India has been forthcoming in that regard, especially in its immediate vicinity. Whether it is finance, food, fertilizer, or fuel, we have responded to the urgent requirements of our neighbors. Madam President, climate events and conflicts have created a demand for HADR assistance. Reflecting our growing capabilities, Bharat has endeavored to be a first responder. Be it essential medicines or relief supplies, the operations of a field hospital or limb fitment camps, these efforts covered 19 nations last year. The people of Afghanistan and those of Myanmar saw India extend its hand during recent earthquakes. Our efforts at ensuring safe commerce, combating piracy, and preventing attacks on shipping in the Northern Arabian Sea also bear mention. And the Indian tradition of UN peacekeeping operations continues in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Western Sahara, Central African Republic, Golan Heights, Cyprus, Lebanon, Abyei, South Sudan, and Somalia. To put it clearly, our soldiers ensure peacekeeping, our sailors protect maritime shipping, our security counters terrorism, our doctors and teachers facilitate human development the world over, our industry produces affordable products, our techies promote digitization, and our training facilities are open to the world. These remain the core of our foreign policy. Madam President, each one of us has the opportunity of contributing to peace and prosperity. In the case of conflicts, especially Ukraine and Gaza, even those not directly involved have felt its impact. Nations who can engage all sides must step up in the search for solutions. India calls for an end to hostilities and will support any initiative that will help restore peace. The last decade in Bharat has also seen transformative changes due to the vision of Prime Minister Modi. Our digital public infrastructure has redefined governance and enabled delivery of public services on an unprecedented scale. Our startup ecosystem, innovation culture, and microfinance are changing the face of society. Our rapidly growing infrastructure facilitates both ease of doing business and ease of living for citizens. India remains committed to sharing its experiences and tools with others on their journey of development. Artificial intelligence as a horizontal and cross-cutting technology has a particular promise for development. India's approach is to harness it responsibly for human welfare. Inclusion and impact will be the watchwords for the summit that India will host in 2026. Madam President, Bharat approaches the contemporary world guided by three key concepts. One, Atmanirbharta, or self-reliance. That means developing our own capabilities, building our own strengths, and nurturing our own talent. We see its results already, be it in manufacturing, in space programs, in pharma production, or in digital applications. Make, innovate, and design in India also benefit the world. Two, Atmaraksha, or securing oneself. We remain determined to protect our people and secure their interests at home and abroad. That means zero tolerance for terrorism, robust defense of our borders, forging partnerships beyond, and assisting our community abroad. And three, Atma Vishwas, or self-confidence. As the most populous nation, as a civilizational state, as a rapidly growing major economy, we are confident about who we are and what we will be. Bharat will always maintain its freedom of choice and will always be a voice of the Global South. Madam President, these are certainly challenging times for the international community. Many of our assumptions and expectations no longer hold. In such circumstances, it is imperative to stay strong, to hold firm, and to deepen friendships. International cooperation must prevail because islands of prosperity cannot flourish in an ocean of turbulence. A world order requires common purpose, as it does empathy for others. That is where we look to the United Nations. Madam President, every member who can make this world a better place must have the opportunity to do their utmost. And for that to happen, reformed multilateralism is the obvious way. The 9th decade of the UN must be one of leadership and hope. Bharat will do its fair share and more. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for External Affairs of India. والآن أعطي الكلمة.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Badr Ahmad Mohammed Abdul Ati, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration and Egyptian Expatriates of Egypt. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Your Excellency Annalena Baerbock, President of the General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Our celebration today of the 80th anniversary of the United Nations was supposed to be an occasion, an opportunity to reflect on the journey of this organization, an opportunity to think of the achievements of the organization in maintaining international peace and security and ensuring prosperity and development for all, and establishing an international order based on international law that are applied by all, that apply to all, to preserve the dignity and rights of all. However, the reality of these international organizations today, 80 years after its establishment, has nothing to do with these noble goals. The multilateral international system is facing challenges. Its pillars are being eroded. It's fluid as a result of crimes being committed in full view of the international community. The international community is standing idly by, is a spectator before the systemic violations of international law that undermined the international system. We're seeing double standards across the board, but especially in the Middle East. The Middle East is at a point of implosion. The bases of stability, peace and security are absent. There is no noteworthy respect of international legitimacy. Our Palestinian brethren is falling victim to the most heinous Israeli actions. It's a war, a wanton, unjust war waged against defenseless civilians for a sin they did not commit, driven by an extremist ideology that only sees destruction, killing, and systematic starvation, a toxic narrative, an incitement to hatred and violence. The aggression is transpiring without accountability, and it has affected one country of the region after the other. The most latest, what we've seen, is the wanton aggression against brotherly Qatar. Egypt is one of the first to anchor the pillar of peace in the region when President Sadat visited Jerusalem in a historic visit in 1979. Egypt feels concerned and feels responsible at the same time. 2 years following this wanton aggression against Gaza, following the daily violations in the West Bank, the foundations of peace that we have been laying for 75 years are now being threatened. In light of these difficult circumstances, Egypt presents its vision to deal with the situation in the Middle East and the international system as follows. First, we express our appreciation and gratitude to President Donald Trump, which announced his full commitment and his willingness to work with the leaders of the region to end this unjust war against Gaza, according to an integrated, comprehensive vision that stops the bloodshed, that ensures security for all, that restores the foundation to bring back lost trust. Egypt is fully willing and is fully committed to building on the vision by President Trump to restore stability, to end the war, to open a political horizon that paves the way towards the establishment of the Palestinian state, to also release hostages and detainees, and to heal all wounds, the wounds of the orphans, the wounds of the injured, the wounds of the hungry in the Gaza Strip, and put an end to the arrogance of might and to put it aside and to restore hope for tomorrow. Egypt, since the outbreak of this crisis, have done its utmost to reach a ceasefire that is sustainable in Gaza, in partnership with brotherly Qatar and the United States of America. We worked on resuming the entry of humanitarian aid without obstacles to address the starvation that is made by Israel, created by Israel. We must restore the basic necessities of life. The entry of humanitarian aid must be a priority for the international community. Together, we all must ensure the provision of humanitarian aid as soon as possible and at scale. And we also must work together to protect civilians. We reiterate that we categorically reject any scenarios to forcibly displace the Palestinian people. This would be a crime of ethnic cleansing. We say this very clearly. Egypt is not and will not be a gate to liquidate the Palestinian cause. We will continue to support the resilience of the defiant Palestinian people that is holding on to its national territories. We will never, never be a partner in a new Nakba. Bringing humanitarian tragedies, even more humanitarian tragedies. Egypt also presented a plan for reconstruction and recovery that was accepted at the Arab, Islamic and international level. We commend the invaluable role of UNRWA, the indispensable role of UNRWA. It is providing valuable support to millions of Palestinian refugees. We also commend the role of the United Nations and its specialized agency. We call upon the countries of the world to provide the necessary and sustainable support to UNRWA. The continued of Israeli occupation, the genocide transpiring today in the Gaza Strip, depriving the Palestinian people of their legitimate rights, most notably the right to establish its independent state along the lines of the 4th of June 1967 with East Jerusalem as its capital. This hollows out any narrative of peace and security in the region. In this regard, we express our full support to the conference on the two-state solution led by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and France. We commend the courageous decisions by states that have recently announced that they do recognize the independent free state of Palestine. Israel cannot be secure when others are not secure. The region cannot see stability without an independent state of Palestine. International resolutions contain the parameters necessary to settle the conflicts of the region. What we need is insight, wisdom, political will, and understanding the lessons of the past. We need foresight. In this context, we warn of the continuation of oppressive policies and irresponsible Israeli practices to close the door on peaceful coexistence and regional cooperation. In light of these challenges, Egypt and Saudi Arabia presented a joint vision for security and cooperation in the region, adopted by the League of Arab States. This would be the foundation for a new vision of a region where all countries enjoy balanced security, comprehensive security. We extend the hand of peace. Don't fail children that look to a bright future, young people that wish to build and restore. Don't fail the elderly that want to live in dignity and peace. I quote President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Peace is Egypt's strategic choice to ensure a secure and stable future for the peoples of the region. End of quote. Second, Egypt looks at the conflicts in the region from a perspective of international law, from a perspective that gives precedence to the sovereignty of states and settling disputes by peaceful means and maintaining national states and national institutions. Also, counter-terrorism. These are all bases for stability. In this context, Egypt stresses the importance of supporting brotherly Sudan that is going through a delicate juncture in its history. All efforts must be made. We strongly support maintaining and preserving the institutions of the Sudanese state, including the Sudanese national army. We're working in cooperation with the Sovereignty Council and international partners as part of the International Quartet to restore stability, peace and security in the Sudan, based on national Sudanese ownership to fulfill the aspirations of the brotherly Sudanese people. We also firmly support brotherly Libya and its national institutions. Presidential elections, parliamentary elections must be held simultaneously as soon as possible. It is important for all foreign forces and mercenaries and foreign fighters to leave Libya. If we are serious about peace and security in Libya, this would consolidate stability and security and would unite Libyan institutions and allow it to extend its authority over all Libyan territory. The Yemeni crisis must be settled based on international parameters. We must maintain the security of navigation routes along the Red Sea. It is the lifeline of international trade. Egypt is one of the most affected parties from this escalation. We lost more than $9 billion revenues of the Suez Canal as a result of disruptions in international trade going through the Red Sea. The stability, security and territorial integrity of Somalia is part and parcel of the security of the region. We call for making concerted efforts and mobilizing the necessary funding in order to activate the AU mission in Somalia. Egypt intends to contribute to this force with a military and police component. I also must strongly condemn repeated Israeli violations of the sovereignty of Lebanon and Syria. We condemn continued violations of Lebanese and Syrian territories. It is of utmost importance to respect the territorial integrity of Syria and Lebanon. Against this background, in light of these complex regional challenges, Egypt is playing a prominent humanitarian role. We are hosting more than 10 million refugees and displaced persons on our territory. We are providing an environment that respects their dignity, that respects their rights, and that ensures that they receive basic services without discrimination. Despite increasing burdens that go beyond our capacity, and I don't think that there is any other country in the world that is hosting such a number of refugees, providing this kind of services and treating them as Egyptians. As I said, these burdens go beyond our capacity, especially in light of regional international economic crises. Nevertheless, Egypt continues to fulfill its moral and humanitarian responsibility. We believe it is important to share responsibility. The principle of shared responsibilities is contained in the International Convention on Refugees. President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi is leading the way to settle disputes. Our region has seen targeting nuclear facilities that are subject to the AIEA safeguard agreement, which is inconsistent with international law. Fourth, we believe that cooperation according to international law is the pillar of mutual respect and the only way to ensure joint benefits. Experience has shown that unilateral measures deepen crises and increase gaps. Ethiopia saw that imposing a fait accompli and violating international law as part of its destabilizing policy in the Horn of Africa and the Eastern Nile Basin declared that the dam has been completed and what's happened just has happened. It is delusional, as it believes that Egypt will forget its rights when it comes to the Nile. There's those who pay lip service to international law, but we are ready to resort to justice, to resort to international arbitration. If intentions to actually abide by these mechanisms turn out to be true, if they turn to stalling, if they turn to threatening the fate of people in downstream countries, we will get back our rights and we will not be lax in that journey. International law allows us to protect our existential interests in the Nile Basin. Fifth, we believe that restoring the United Nations and international financial institution is no longer a matter of choice. It's a necessity to ensure a balanced representation in the decision-making bodies at international level. Egypt is committed to the Zelwini consensus and the CERT declaration to lift the historic injustice that has inflicted the African continent. We also believe it's important to provide concessional financing and address the debt crisis. In conclusion, once again, I stress that we look forward to building upon the outcomes of the 4 Financing for Development conference hosted by Spain in July to take effective steps to finance development. We also look forward to enhancing efforts for developing countries to have access to AI and digital technologies. At COP20, at the COP conference hosted by Egypt, we made efforts to ensure we have a loss and damage fund, especially in light of crisis in climate financing. It's important to provide financing to developing countries without increasing the debt burdens on these countries. Ladies and gentlemen, the international landscape is critical and precarious at the moment. In light of our role, regionally, internationally, and in light of our historic role, we had to warn of the upcoming danger and present a roadmap to address this critical phase. We are at a critical juncture. Either the Middle East would go back to reason, to go back to international law, or we rush towards a state of chaos that some might think would be able to control by force, by the arrogance of force. However, experience and history has shown that using force would inevitably lead to a disaster, and the first to be affected by that are those who have used force. I stress that Egypt, as a founding member of the United Nations, remains, after 80 years of the existence of this United Nations, we remain committed to international law. We remain committed to enhancing multilateral action, as we recognize that absence of international governance will affect us all. We have a negative impact on us all. There is no alternative to committing to international law and to enhance the implementation of international law. There is no alternative to holding violators of international law accountable. There is no country above the law. There is no country, whatever it is, that cannot be held to account. All this to maintain international peace and security, to achieve sustainable development, and to promote human rights. In conclusion, I quote President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi: "Peace is not born out of force and bombardment. It's not born out of normalization that peoples reject. Peace is only built on understanding, equity, and justice." I thank you very much. I thank His Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Immigration, and Egyptian Expatriates of Egypt.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Maxim Izhenokov, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
Distinguished Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's general debate is Better Together, 80 Years and More for Peace, Development and Human Rights. An excellent theme. The key word here is together. So together, let's remember everything and reflect. And I'm confident that we will find the true root causes of the challenges and threats facing the planet today. First, the 80th anniversary of the great victory in the Second World War. 8 decades ago, a bloody and merciless war ended, which was a great tragedy for all of humanity. And only at the cost of millions of lost and broken lives did we overcome this challenge. The contribution of the United States and Great Britain to great victory is obvious, as is that of the Chinese people who threw off the yoke of Japanese militarism. However, the decisive factor was the feat of the Soviet people, a multinational people who fought down to the last drop of blood for their freedom and the freedom of oppressed peoples. Note that they did not hand over the keys to their cities to the conquerors, they did not hide behind pro-Nazi collaborationist regimes, they did not supply the Nazi regime with equipment and soldiers. Back then, 80 years ago, this was obvious. The liberators were greeted with flowers and rejoicing in the capitals of Europe, monuments and memorials were erected in their honor, and streets and cities were named after them. Only 80 years of life have gone by since then, a life of prosperity and peace in Europe, and how everything has changed. The West has developed its own version of the truth about the events of those years. Memories are being erased, monuments demolished, history textbooks rewritten. Once again, we hear Nazi slogans and chants in city streets. This is how the 21st century generation is being raised, a generation that did not see the horrors of that war. They did not even hear about it from their parents. And so they are fueled by the false heroism of their ancestors who in the past had joined Hitler's coalition of nations, dreaming of world domination. If history is being rewritten, then its conclusions are also being rewritten. This calls into question the legitimacy of the post-war world order based on the universal principles of the United Nations. That seems clear. And it seems that they were forced into doing so. The West was forced into doing so for a certain period of time. The collective West was at that time forced to share the burden of responsibility for the fate of the planet with the so-called Soviet bloc, to set aside their thoughts of world domination for a while and to wait, of course, to wait for events to come to pass that would allow everything to be turned on its head. From this rostrum, in the past few days, we have already heard people say that the Holocaust is our shared shame. Why is it our shared shame? Everyone is answerable themselves before history. We, Belarusians, for example, fought Nazism down to the last drop of blood and laid down our lives to do so. We saved Jews at the cost of our own lives. We cannot remain silent about this today. We remember the hundreds of villages burned by the Nazis together with their inhabitants, the millions of Belarusians torn apart and mutilated, and the hundreds of thousands of children and women taken into European slavery. And therefore we understand that preserving memory is important so that history does not repeat itself, so that there are no more national ideologies of racial superiority, where there is no place for entire peoples, so that there are no concentration camps, that terrible invention of the West, and also to make sure that there is no genocide against any people. The Belarusian people have been living in peace now for 80 years, and if you look at our history, that is an incredibly long time to live in peace. Never have Belarusians lived so well, with such dignity and under such peaceful skies as in the last 30 years, when, under the leadership of our president, we have been successfully building a socially oriented state in the interests of ordinary people. At the same time, we sacredly preserve the memory of the terrible tragedy of the Second World War, and we pass this memory on to younger generations. Why don't many others around us, especially to the west of our border, want to live like this? Well, the answer is simple. The politicians there are blinded by their personal ambitions. They cannot see ordinary people behind those ambitions, even in their own countries. And so it is no surprise that they treat human life with such contempt, as well as that of other peoples, for example, calling on Ukraine to fight down to the last Ukrainian. This year is also significant for the UN, which is celebrating its 80th anniversary. The organization was created by the victors of that bloody war. We remember that Belarus was among the first founders as well. Belarus, a country where 1 in 3 people were killed, tortured or burned. And throughout all these years, the Belarusian delegation has been one of the most reliable supporters of strengthening the foundations of the UN, initiating the most bold, peace-loving and historically hard-won initiatives. Therefore, we have the right to speak directly today about what our organization has achieved by the time of its anniversary. And I would like to talk about 3 key elements. First, it is indisputable that the UN remains a central element of international life. This has been made possible by its undisputable legitimacy, its universal membership, and its comprehensive agenda. However, we can see that the principle of universality has been seriously undermined, especially in the last decade. And that has been done by those that are constantly trying to turn the UN into a tool for advancing their own interests, in addition to doing so contrary to the aspirations of humanity. Secondly, the UN is indeed preserving the planet from another world war. Its key mechanism, the Security Council, allows the great powers to discuss matters of war and peace at the table rather than on the battlefield. However, unfortunately, this body is being used less and less. Its influence on world affairs is no longer what it used to be, and let's be honest, the UN has proved incapable of preventing many of the bloody regional conflicts of our time, and the further thing goes on, the more this is true. Thirdly, a huge network of international structures has been created under the UN, and a multitude of legal documents have been developed. This infrastructure provides an opportunity for effective interaction across the entire spectrum of human activity. But if you look closely, only some of the UN structures remain truly effective and are actually fulfilling their functions. Why is this happening? Well, it's obvious. The organization has to keep up with the times. That requires reform, which our Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, has been talking about, and first and foremost, that of the UN Security Council. And here I'm talking inter alia about expanding the category of permanent members to include developing countries from Africa, Latin America, and Asia. Over the past 8 decades, the membership of the organization has grown exponentially, and many states that were not even on the world map when the UN was founded want their opinions and voices to be heard, and they have a right to do so, as now they are important political and economic actors. They rightly expect the UN will work in the interests of all of its members and to strengthen cooperation between them, rather than being a tool for manipulation by individual countries. And this includes settling scores with other states. Fourth, we also see a problem in the fact that the UN is being used for certain purposes. The actions of the United States of America to reduce its support to the UN, which has already caused plans to cut staff in our organization, are a very unpleasant wake-up call. But you'll have to agree that if the UN is able to be an impartial forum and move with the times, it will be in demand by everyone, the weak and the strong, the developed and the developing. Otherwise, it will suffer the same fate as the League of Nations. And Belarus does not want that to happen because, for the time being, we do not see any alternative to the UN. And that is why talking about these institutional problems sincerely today is important to understand their nature and to correct them. The 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act is being marked this year as well. This document, initiated incidentally by the leadership of the Soviet Union, consolidated the realities that had developed in Europe after the Second World War. The act also predetermined the stable nature of relations between the Soviet Union and the United States, which was reflected in all regions of the world, and helped to make the Cold War slightly more manageable. It also introduced the principle of indivisible security, adherence to which prevented the Cold War from escalating into a hot one. The Helsinki Agreements provided an opportunity to build a united, indivisible and prosperous Europe during and after the Cold War. However, history took a different path. Today, the so-called victors of the Cold War have completely forgotten this principle and adopted a logic of superiority and confrontation. Incidentally, it was precisely this logic that was behind NATO's eastward expansion. As a result, the balance of power in Europe was undermined, and security threats arose for many states. The Yugoslav crisis, the bloodshed in a number of post-Soviet republics, and the conflict in Ukraine are the most striking examples of such consequences. Today, it is clear that the way to end the bloodshed in Ukraine lies in all parties in Europe returning to an understanding of the importance of respecting the principle of indivisible security. And it's important that one of the main global centers of power, the United States, has finally started to understand the importance of this. Unfortunately, the EU countries aren't doing the same thing. They continue to stoke regional conflict with the firewood of Ukraine. Joint efforts are particularly needed to increase the level of trust between countries, although there are no ready-made solutions at present. But action must be taken, and we, in Belarus, which is at the heart of Europe, understand this perhaps better than anyone else. After all, it was through us that the most tragic wars of modern times have swept through our country every 50 years or so, leaving nothing but memories in their wake. And that is why we cannot delay. Just look at what our European neighbours are doing on the EU's border with Belarus and Russia. They are laying mines, building walls, moats and trenches, defensive lines and barbed wire. They are trying to create a sense among their population of an impending threat from the barbarians to the east, and there have actually already been victims, albeit among NATO countries who are either drowning in bogs or being blown up by their own mines. Incidentally, I saw here on the North Lawn near the UN building a piece of the Berlin Wall has been set up as a monument to human rights, and the inscription says 155 kilometers and 200 victims during its existence, or something to that effect. Today, a much larger wall, thousands of kilometers long, is being erected on the border between the EU and Russia and Belarus, from Finland down to Poland. And there have already been hundreds of victims along this wall since its construction began. Today, hundreds of innocent migrants from countries of the south who, in search of a better life, are striving to reach the EU, which has destroyed the normal way of life in their countries, are dying. So if we are not able to prevent the construction of this wall together, then let us at least reserve a place on the North Lawn where we can put up a piece of that wall when the countries in question come to their senses and decide that such a wall is no longer necessary. We could say how long it was and how many people died as a result. And we can say that this is a monument to the right of freedom of movement. Belarus is speaking out and proposing concrete solutions. In particular, the President of the Republic of Belarus has put forward an initiative to develop a Eurasian Charter of Multipolarity and Diversity in the 21st century, to launch a new paradigm for a Eurasian architecture of equal and indivisible security. I won't talk about this in detail. The Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation already spoke about this very well. We then call upon all Eurasian states to join in this process and to show the same responsibility that our predecessors demonstrated half a century ago. There is no alternative to this dialogue. We need to rid ourselves of prejudices and sit down at the negotiating table. Our appeal, of course, also is addressed to the countries of the European Union, which have traditionally been sceptical of any initiatives coming from the East. But I would like to remind them that this East is far from what it was even a decade ago. It is, in essence, the global South, or even the global majority, you could call it, and that is what must be reckoned with. It's time to finally understand that the days of the dictates of the collective West are a thing of the past. And therefore, I would like to advise European countries to reflect on their place in the world in light of the transformations that are underway, which, as we can all see, are not clearly in their favour. The decline in economic competitiveness is undermining the traditional European model of the welfare state, leading also to a fall in living standards and rising inequality, as we can see. The crazed militarization of the region is driving Europe, especially the new EU and NATO member states, into a deep financial abyss. The foundations of European society are being rapidly destroyed as a result of the virtually uncontrolled mass migration that's taking place and the failed policy of false multiculturalism as a response to this challenge. And all of this is happening against the backdrop of ever more fences that are being hastily erected in the East. These are not just concrete fences, but political, ideological, interpersonal ones, and in essence, civilizational fences. What then do they think lies beyond these fences in the East? It's not just Belarus and Russia anymore. There's also the Indian Ocean, and as our Chinese friends say, a community of shared destiny and shared responsibility for the future of humanity that is stretching all the way to the Pacific horizon that exists there, with the weakening of customs and physical borders, the strengthening of cooperation across the entire spectrum of pressing issues, the development of interpersonal contacts and multifaceted interaction. This is a community where, despite numerous cultural and national differences, people respect each other at the very least and do not impose ideological dogmas and rules of behavior on one another. Billions of people, millions of kilometers of territory, a powerful, rapidly growing economy, and the most advanced technologies, ones that are now our own. We have everything, and our own modern mechanisms for cooperation as well. The BRICS, the SCO, ASEAN, the African Union, the League of Arab States. Therefore, in essence, all of these political and militaristic shenanigans by the EU on its eastern border and economic sanctions against us, these are all measures of harsh self-isolation that are driving EU countries even deeper into domestic economic and political crisis. And allow me to say again, this is self-isolation. If European elites intend to continue in the same vein, it will become even worse for the peoples of Europe. However, all of these problems can be solved if, instead of self-isolation, Europe accepts the concept of Eurasian cooperation and security on our vast continent. And another thing, this year we are marking the quarter century that has passed since, from the rostrum of the General Assembly, one of the greatest hopes and promises in the history of the United Nations were voiced. A full 25 years now separate us from the Millennium Summit, at which the Millennium Development Goals were adopted. At that time, it seemed that with the dawn of a new millennium, we were also entering a new era, one of beneficial globalization and universal prosperity. Where do we find ourselves a quarter of a century later? On the one hand, we have become even more interconnected and interdependent, and this is thanks to technological development, which is constantly changing the concepts of time and space. But on the other hand, multiple fault lines have emerged that completely negate all of the positives. Consider the following figures. In 2000, there were around 50 million displaced persons in the world. Today, there are more than 120 million. More than 1 billion people on the planet still live in multidimensional poverty. Conflicts in Ukraine, Palestine, Syria, post-war syndrome in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and a number of other countries that is preventing the peoples of those countries embarking on the path of recovery. Large-scale military action against sovereign countries outside of any legal framework. Trillions of dollars spent on mindless militarization. This is where we've ended up 25 years on instead of those hopes. Just consider the 6.5 decades of the economic blockade of Cuba, which has also been completely unjustifiably declared a sponsor of terrorism. And in the same vein is the story about some kind of drug threat from Venezuela, which is completely unfounded and unacceptable. Is this really the result that the UN system was striving for 25 years ago? So why did the expectations and hopes of the beginning of the millennium not come true? In this regard, the words of the president of Belarus, spoken at that Millennium Summit, proved prophetic. For many centuries, a small group of states has determined the fate of the world, viewing other nations as peoples as a disenfranchised mass. The past quarter century has shown that many in the West have been unable to abandon their centuries-old mentality. As a result, the West has not become a leader in the process of change, but rather a source of threats and losses. Certain Western elites that are accustomed to living for centuries at the expense of others continue to exhibit a colonial mindset, albeit a modernized one. It's no surprise that even today they continue to display arrogance and power that they exert over developing countries, which was characteristic of colonial times. Our African friends can speak very eloquently about colonial times, and incidentally they are calling for reparations as well for the harm caused by the West. Over the past quarter of a century, then, we have seen the West not working together to solve development problems, but rather imposing democracy and the weaponization of the economy. This policy has spawned many wars, chaos, millions of refugees, created barriers to international trade, undermined global food security, entrenched poverty, hunger, and inequality, and the international organizations, chief among them the UN and the WTO, have been sidelined. That is why In response to these negative trends, the idea of regionalization is becoming popular, and cooperation mechanisms that aren't linked to Western countries, such as, well, as I already mentioned, the BRICS, SCO, ASEAN, CIS, the League of Arab States and the African Union, they're growing and strengthening. They reflect the interests of the global majority countries. They work on the basis of mutual respect, equality and consensus, rather than domination and plunder. They essentially are forming a fair multipolar economic architecture for development. And it's only natural then that the Chinese President Xi Jinping has put forward a very timely initiative on global governance, which Belarus fully supports. Mr. President, the words of the great Italian thinker of the past century, Antonio Gramsci, who wrote "From a fascist prison," are more relevant today than ever. The old world is dying and the new world is struggling to be born. It is indeed paradoxical that even today the new world is being born in agony because the old world does not want to quietly leave the stage. We're not the ones destroying the old world. The West itself is doing a perfectly fine job of that, but we, the global majority, are trying to build a new one, and I would like to underscore that particularly. It's together. It is the key word from the theme of this General Assembly. We're doing this together with our like-minded partners. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Belarus.
I give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Salim Wild Marzouk, Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad of Mauritania. In the name of God, the Merciful, the Compassionate. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Majesties, Excellencies and Highnesses, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may God, peace, mercy and blessings be upon you. I would like at the outset to extend my warmest congratulations to Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock on her assumption of the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. I am confident that her rich experience and her high competence will contribute to her successful leadership of this session. I would like to also extend my sincere thanks to His Excellency Philemon Young for the highly competent leadership of the 79th session. I also extend my thanks to His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the UN, for his tireless efforts to develop and enhance the role of the UN. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to convey to you the greetings of His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Wild Sheikh Al-Ghazwani, President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and his wishes for the success of the 80th session of the GA. His Excellency honored me by allowing me to deliver on his behalf the address of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania. This session, of course and naturally, represents an opportunity to celebrate 80 years of achievements by our organization in the service of humanity as a whole and in various fields. But it is also an opportunity to objectively diagnose the major shortcomings and deficiencies that have characterized this or that aspect of the UN's journey over the past 8 decades. In this context, it is clear that our world today consists of two contrasting realms, two contrasting worlds. One is rapidly advancing toward the fourth industrial revolution and artificial intelligence, while the other remains hostage to poverty and marginalization. This gap, this ever-widening gap, particularly in view of the current context of growing conflicts and wars, this gap presents a difficult test to humanity. It requires us to unite our efforts, to devise solutions that are capable of narrowing this gap by achieving just and comprehensive human-centered development and the right of every human to a dignified life. The theme of our session today reflects and accurately captures this noble goal. Better together, 80 years and more for peace, development, and human rights. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the session is convened amidst a global context that is extremely complex and challenging. We see tensions, wars, conflicts that are escalating in various regions. We see also the exacerbating effects of terrorist threats and natural disasters resulting from climate change. Human suffering is increasing, and the humanitarian burdens on entire populations are multiplying. This exposes international peace and stability to increasing risks and reinforces the need for a more effective role of the UN. Amidst all of this, the genocidal war being waged against our people in Gaza is a true litmus test to the human conscience and the credibility of the international system. We in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania condemn this aggression and this genocidal war and reiterate our support for the Palestinian people. And we stress that violence cannot bring lasting peace and security, and that stability in the Middle East as a whole depends inevitably on enabling the brotherly Palestinian people to realize their right to establish an independent state with East Jerusalem as its capital, in line with relevant international resolutions and the Arab Peace Initiative. In this context, we are pleased to have seen the momentum in the efforts to recognize the state of Palestine. That was powerfully by the overwhelming vote in the UN General Assembly in favor of the New York Declaration on the implementation of the two-state solution, which was the outcome of the high-level international conference that was held in July 2025 at the initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France. I have here to thank, on behalf of my country, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of France for organizing the aforementioned conference despite all the challenges and the obstacles. I commend the positions of those countries that have recognized the state of Palestine, and I hope that other countries will follow suit in upholding the principles of truth and justice until Palestine becomes a full member of the United Nations. In the same vein, my country reiterates its strong condemnation of the recent Israeli aggression against the brotherly state of Qatar, which constitutes a flagrant violation of this country's sovereignty and of all international norms and conventions. We also affirm our support for peaceful solutions in Libya, Sudan, Yemen, and Syria. We support all international efforts regarding Western Sahara, and we call for a negotiated end to the Russia-Ukraine war to spare the world further tragedies. At the same time, we commend the peace agreements between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo on the one hand and the other. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, in a world where conflicts, poverty, disease, climate change are burdening humanity, the need is more urgent for more just and effective international and global political, economic, and health governance that places and prioritizes human life and dignity. This can only be achieved through a balanced reform that restores confidence in the United Nations and renders the organization more capable of fulfilling its noble purposes and goals of safeguarding peace and security and building a more equitable world. Accordingly, my country renews its commitment to the legitimate demands of our African continent as set out in the Eswatini Consensus for equitable representation in global governance structures. We call the international community to support developing countries in addressing challenges of food security, climate change, the problem of debt, and to support their efforts towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania places a high priority on the strengthening of the rule of law and governance, the consolidation of values of justice and equality as its top priority. Therefore, we have implemented a range of strategies and reforms aiming at promoting transparency in the management of public affairs, reforming and enhancing the independence of judiciary, supporting the role of the Parliament in oversight and accountability. This will ensure fighting against corruption and the protection of rights and freedoms, as well as strengthening the trust among the different national components. In the same context, and in an attempt to reinforce our status and image as a land of stability and consensus and the state of law, His Excellency President Mohammed Al-Ghazwani has chosen to make dialogue a constant approach in managing all public affairs, making sure to engage all Mauritanians and consolidate good governance. In terms of social cohesion, protection of social cohesion, that is, my country is placing development at the service of citizens everywhere through structured programs that embody spatial justice. It is building dams, constructing schools, establishing health centers, providing the foundations for a decent life for thousands of families in villages and cities and rural areas, strengthening national solidarity in full harmony with the process and in parallel with the process of consolidating the rule of law and the foundations of good governance. We have a comprehensive health coverage program that has provided insurance for vulnerable families. The number of beneficiaries increased by 147% between 2019 and 2024, with universal health coverage reaching approximately 21% of the total population. As for human rights, my country has strengthened its human rights frameworks and systems by combating the effects of slavery in all its forms and confronting human trafficking through well-established legal and institutional mechanisms. Mauritania hosts approximately 250,000 refugees from Mali, and we have completed the conciliation of the legal status of more than 150,000 migrants in conditions that fully respect their rights and preserve their dignity. As part of its priority to human development, our country has launched a comprehensive educational reform process with the participation of educational stakeholders. The process aims at developing educational programs, teaching methods, promoting the values of citizenship, in addition to developing vocational training programs to better equip young people for the labor market. Women's role in the public and political life has also been strengthened, improving their access to health services. In the field of combating terrorism and extremism, my country adopts an integrated strategy that combines security measures on the one hand, intellectual and educational approaches on the other, and promotes the values of justice nationally and also in the framework of regional and international cooperation. On the economic front, the country continues to diversify its economy to enhance the ability to create job opportunities and confront crises. We recorded a growth rate of 5% in 2024, while inflation rates are expected to not exceed 2.5%. In terms of energy transition and sustainable development, the country has witnessed the launch of major projects, including a 300 million hybrid renewable energy plant, and the adoption of a green hydrogen law and the signing of major international agreements, in addition to the launch of the World Bank-supported DREAM project. Our efforts continue also to combat desertification and preserve biodiversity, and we look forward to actively participate in the COP30 Climate Summit in Brazil and to advance the fulfillment of international commitments to reduce emissions and finance climate change adaptation. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Mauritania is committed to work on strengthening multilateral cooperation and reform the international political and financial governance system in a manner that strengthens our collective ability to achieve sustainable development. Mauritania will remain faithful to its approach to contribute to the promotion of regional and international peace and security, to diversify and consolidate its partnerships, to address the various challenges facing our country, our continent, and the world as a whole, on a path to achieving a safe and dignified life for all. Thank you for your attention. May peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. I thank His Excellency, Minister for Foreign Affairs, African Cooperation and Mauritanians Abroad of Mauritania.
I now give the floor to Her Excellency Unga Silvia Tusoyo, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
Excellencies, Our very presence here today, representing our countries together in the same room, part of the same conversation, is in itself a deep expression of our commitment to multilateralism. What is also now important is that this is a place for our hopes and our trust in the framework provided by the United Nations. Romania stands firmly by the United Nations as we mark 80 years since its creation and 70 years since we joined. And yes, we do celebrate, and we are proud of both our membership and the history, the mission, and the work of this organization. But we also have a duty to see what works, to see also what does not work, and to act accordingly. We are living in troubled times, without precedent in history. People say that we want to prevent war, but war is very near to us. People say that we want to live under the reign of international law, but the world assists impassively to its repeated violation. I have heard similar statements many times in the interventions here of world leaders in the United Nations plenary, that we live and we face unprecedented times. However, the phrase that I just mentioned does not belong to me, and it is not about 2025. It was said by another Romanian Minister of Foreign Affairs, almost a century ago, by the Romanian diplomat Nicolae Titulescu, twice President of the General Assembly of the League of Nations. He was himself an advocate of collective security, speaking to the world in an attempt to prevent the escalation towards war, in an attempt to ensure that multilateralism has the power to fulfill a vision for peace. We all know here what is the history of the League of Nations, but we also know here that we must not repeat it. The United Nations must not share the same fate. Today, the world does not assist impassively. The world is here, present, involved, committed to peace efforts. We are here to ensure that aggressors can no longer replace the rule of law with the rule of the mighty. Romania remains a staunch supporter of international law. We lead in promoting the universal jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. This is particularly so after the International Court of Justice rendered its advisory opinion on the obligation of states in respect of climate change this July. We call on the states here today to join the declaration of promoting the universal jurisdiction of the ICJ launched by Romania. Looking at the international peace and security, our aspirations remain the same as those of Titulescu, remain the same as those that were 80 years ago, 70 years ago. For almost 4 years, we have been witnessing a fully fledged war of aggression against Ukraine, started by Russia, uninvited and unprovoked. A war that has unleashed the greatest security crisis in Europe in recent history and challenged the rule-based international order. We must respond to that challenge. The latest violations of the sovereign airspace of Poland, Estonia, Denmark, and of my country, Romania, by reckless actions aimed to provoke, were condemned by many other countries here in New York at the UN Security Council, and we are grateful for that. We once again proved together that provocations meant to destabilize our alliances and to put pressure on our unity have achieved the exact opposite. Any common challenge unites us more. We know and reaffirm that we are stronger together, that the prosperity of any of us is based on the security of all of us. The war in Ukraine, which is carried out both conventionally and hybrid by Russia and its allies, potentially might affect the maritime security in the Black Sea area, and it challenges already the resilience of the neighboring states. We, the United Nations, must act with the conviction that a just and lasting peace in Ukraine is in everybody's interest. We welcome the ongoing US and European leaders' efforts in that respect, and we urge for an immediate, complete and unconditional ceasefire. We also consider that the recent statements of President Donald Trump and that of European leaders are also an acceleration needed towards peace. In the meantime, Ukraine continues to need our support and our solidarity. In full accordance with the UN Charter, Ukraine has the right to protect its sovereignty, its independence and territorial integrity, and has the support of its people to do so. Romania's support has been substantial, and multifaceted, and we will continue to stand with Ukraine for as long as it is needed, because their security, peace there, is also connected directly to our own security and prosperity. The government of Romania supports the pursuit of justice and accountability on the brutal war of aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Looking at the global map, we are also concerned about the escalation of tensions and conflicts in the Middle East. An immediate ceasefire in Gaza, the unconditional release of all hostages, as well as adequate humanitarian assistance, are merely the first steps towards a permanent end to hostilities. We fully support mediation efforts towards these goals. We also need to maintain a political horizon for the implementation of the two-state solution. Romania supports this approach for over 3 decades as the only viable basis towards a just, comprehensive and lasting peace in the Middle East. We also remain concerned about developments on the African continent, and we do reiterate our commitment to the stability of the region. A continent with such a large young population needs to give them the right to hope, to plan and build their future in peace. But there is a decrease of the UN peace and security footprint around the world in the exact time while conflicts sometimes have no end in sight. This is not only because of the expected effects of the reform triggered by the UN80 initiative. The reviewing process of the UN peace operations must respond better to current realities. Adaptability, local ownership, partnerships, including with regional organizations, are key attributes for such success. At the same time, conflict prevention and mediation should always come first, while the separation between the special political mission and peacekeeping operations should be eliminated to fully exploit synergies and capabilities. We need to rebuild trust in the mandates of the UN peacekeeping and UN political special missions. And that means action. From our perspective, there are already various instruments within the established UN framework to help maintain and restore the international peace and security, as it is our common mission. For example, the global nuclear non-proliferation regime is one such key instrument, and the constructive cooperation of the member states with the International Atomic Energy Agency is essential. That is why Romania has also resumed our role in its leadership. The Security Council reform should make further progress in terms of transparency, working methods, and representativity, in order to become more effective and consolidate its credibility beyond our small diplomatic circle. Successful steps have already been taken, such as the veto initiative, but more needs to be done. And let me be clear here, what am I referring to when I say more needs to be done? We need to act together and make sure that the aggressor doesn't have the power to veto anymore on the wars that it has started unprovoked and uninvited. The General Assembly has its own role in the area of peace and security, according to the UN Charter. Its complementarity, its synergy with the Security Council must be put to good use. We welcome the recent consensus on the revitalization process, including with regard to the Secretary General's selection and appointment, one that we proudly co-facilitated. Closely linked is also the peace and security for ensuring international humanitarian response to emergencies. Romania supports the central coordinating role of the UN and the more consistent humanitarian diplomacy. We must ensure a fully effective, non-discriminatory and unhindered response to the needs of those affected, to the needs of those that are vulnerable now. At the same time, an integrated approach to humanitarian development and peace actions is key to leverage investments on the long run. Distinguished audience, we now come to another fundamental pillar of the UN, to fulfill a legitimate aspiration towards prosperous, sustainable and inclusive societies. We have shown political will, but will is not enough. Our actions do not suffice. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without peace and security, protection of human rights, as enshrined in all 17 SDGs, and adequate capacities and financial resources. Romania supports the effective official development assistance, as it is reflected in alignment to best standards in the field of OECD recommendations, as we also plan to join OECD next year. As we approach COP30, we must urgently address environmental degradation, including pollution and biodiversity loss. We are also committed to achieve climate neutrality by mid-century and we join efforts to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius target alive. Some consider this effort to be expensive, but it is way more expensive not to do it. We must accelerate a just energy transition and emission reduction while ensuring energy security. Romania already does so. And since climate change is a threat multiplier, Romania supports an integrated approach to the climate and security nexus within the UN system. We remain firmly committed to support sustainable development globally. We believe that investing in human capital, advancing green and digital transitions, and reinforcing institutional resilience are key pillars for long-term prosperity. We live in a digital age. Human rights must be upheld also online, especially because that is where we currently have the attention of most of the young people living in our countries and globally. The implementation of Global Digital Compact should ensure a human-centric, human rights-based approach to the digital future. We cannot leave it with no rules. Moreover, it should harness the achievements of the SDGs. Thirdly, let us look at the human rights pillar, starting with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, also a spectacular example of women leadership in the United Nations. We have progressively built a complex system to ensure that the fundamental rights and freedoms are protected, respected, and fulfilled. Our shared values and goals are still not met, but we have the necessary means at our disposals. Romania believes we can succeed if we continue to uphold the universality, indivisibility, and interdependence of all human rights. We cannot dilute existing commitments. We cannot afford to accept pushbacks. We must ensure adequate, predictable, and sustainable funding for human rights. That is the only way. Each of us has the ability, but also the responsibility to act, since human rights, democracy, and the rule of law come hand in hand. Furthermore, the civic space is a vital component of resilient and democratic societies. We have witnessed this firsthand in Romania as well. It is essential that we rely on civil society. Romania advocates for the meaningful participation of civil society actors and human rights defenders in all UN human rights processes. The voices of youth must be heard. Gender equality in law, but also in practice, must remain a priority and is a priority for my country. We are imperfect in following that priority, but we are doing our best. We celebrate now 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and its platform for action. And we must show real progress in terms of gender parity, combating discrimination and harmful stereotypes, eliminating pay gaps, as well as violence and abuse. We look forward for the upcoming session of the Commission of the Status of Women to deliver results on the implementation of the Beijing Agenda further. Romania welcomes the adoption of UN Convention against Cybercrime, which will contribute to preventing and combating the misuse of technology, besides safeguarding fundamental rights and freedoms. We have actively contributed to its negotiation, and we believe that many international and regional instruments should be used in its implementation. For example, Cybercrime Program Office of the Council of Europe from Bucharest has achieved major impact worldwide. It has benefited more than 140 countries since its creation a decade ago. The Southeast European Law Enforcement Center, also hosted by my country, has brought an important contribution in the fight against transnational crime in all its forms, in the region and beyond. We should also bear in mind that disinformation with malign intent has dire consequences for democracies. They have tried to influence our democracy at home in Romania, and they have failed. They will try again, and we must ensure they will fail again. In neighboring Republic of Moldova, in about 12 hours from now, the polls open. It is perhaps the most consequential legislative election since the country's independence. In the run-up to these elections, we have seen reports from Moldova that witness malign foreign interference and disinformation on an unprecedented scale, directed by Russia through proxies inside and outside Moldova. The intent, as we see it, is clear: to deny the Moldovan voters the legitimate right to freely decide the future of their own country. Our neighbors are a young and vibrant democracy They have proved courage, resilience, and vision. But now they are challenged with the powerful tools of an authoritarian state. Ladies and gentlemen, we must ensure a swift implementation of the Pact for the Future, our building block for action on the whole range of UN activities. And we must be responsible and ambitious with the UN reform process, particularly with regards to the UN 80 initiative. Romania supports efforts towards more efficiency and effectiveness in mandate delivery, as well as a system-wide approach to harness synergies and eliminate duplications. We simply cannot afford not to do so. At the same time, the UN can function properly only if it is adequately funded. In conclusion, I would like to renew our support to the UN system for a better world and a prosperous future. You can count on Romania, and Romania counts on the United Nations. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Her Excellency, the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Romania.
I now give the floor to His Excellency Zehasak Wangiki Tikyu, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Thailand.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, at the outset, I would like to congratulate you, Mr. President, Madam President, on your assumption to the presidency of the 80th session of the General Assembly. Though I assumed office only a few days ago, my government made it a priority for me to be here today because we believe this moment matters. This 80th anniversary of the United Nations comes at a time when the UN is at a crossroad, facing critical challenges. Let me begin by reaffirming Thailand's steadfast commitment to multilateralism. There is no doubt that the world still needs the UN, and the UN needs all of us. For the UN to fulfill its purpose, it must evolve with the changing times. Thailand, too, stands at an important crossroads, facing pressing challenges at home with no time to lose. Our vision reaches beyond our borders to the world at large, for we, like all nations, aspire for a peaceful, just, and inclusive world. It is in this spirit that Thailand stands ready to play a constructive role in shaping a United Nations that is truly fit for purpose, delivering peace, development, and human rights for all. Madam President, this year's general debate theme, Better Together, reminds us that the United Nations is strongest when we act together as one. First, we must unite as one community. 80 years ago, our community of nations adopted the UN Charter with hope for peace. Yet today, we face a world increasingly divided by protectionism, fragmentation, conflicts, and climate change that spares no nation. The war in Ukraine, now in its third year, continues to bring immense suffering and destruction. Likewise, the horrendous suffering in Gaza, where innocent civilians, especially children, are paying the heaviest price, weighs heavily on our collective conscience. It is a stark reminder that when peace is broken, the human cost is borne not only by nations, but by ordinary people whose lives are torn apart. As one community, every nation shares the responsibility to promote global peace and security. And this responsibility must be inclusive. Multilateralism is more effective when women participate fully. whether in peacekeeping, conflict prevention, or humanitarian response. Their voices, leadership, strengthen our community and make peace more durable. I am confident that Madam President's election to lead this assembly will inspire us all to advance UN's Women Agenda with greater resolve. Thailand intends to do our part. Our peacekeepers continue to serve around the world, helping to rebuild lives torn apart by conflicts. At home, we have cleared over 99% of mine-contaminated areas under the Anti-Personnel Mine Ban Convention. This is not just about treaty obligations. It is about giving communities back safe land they can live and grow on. It is about fulfilling our duty to our people. Protecting people at home is only part of the task. We must also respond to transnational challenges like migration, driven by conflict and disasters. A shared test no nation can solve alone. This is a real task for Thailand. For over decades, we have hosted displaced persons from Myanmar. Today, we are giving them greater opportunity to work outside of their temporary shelters so they can live with dignity and contribute to society, to mark our commitment to humanitarian assistance and practical solutions. In the same spirit, Thailand is stepping up our efforts to combat transnational crime, including online scams, as their impacts ripple far and wide. Crimes Without Borders demands cooperation without borders. The vision of one community must begin close to home. Regions are the building blocks of the global community. In our region, peace and stability also lies at the heart of ASEAN's community-building efforts. Yet, challenges exist even in our own neighborhood. The situation in Myanmar remains a grave concern. Thailand has provided humanitarian aid along our borders, and we continue to urge all parties towards dialogue and a viable peace process. This is the foundation for lasting peace in Myanmar. And even among closest neighbors, disputes can arise. Admittedly, the current situation with Cambodia is neither desirable or in the interest of either side. Our peace, stability, prosperity are closely intertwined. We cannot move away from one another. We are part of the same ASEAN family. This morning, I intended to say something different and positive, reflecting hope for the future. But I had to rewrite the speech because of the most regrettable remarks by my Cambodian colleague. To my dismay, Cambodia continues to present itself as the victim. Time and time again, it has portrayed its own versions of the facts, which does not hold up to scrutiny because it is simply a distortion of the truth. We know that who are the real victims. They are Thai soldiers who have lost their legs from landmines, children whose schools were shelled, and innocent civilians who were shopping that day at the grocery store that came under attack from Cambodian rocket fire. Yesterday, I met my Cambodian colleague in the very hall of the United Nations. We talked about peace, dialogue, mutual trust, and confidence. This was emphasized later at the informal four-party consultations organized by the United States. We appreciate President Trump's dedication to peace. But unfortunately, what was said today by the Cambodian side was completely opposite to what was said yesterday at the meeting. It reveals the true intention of Cambodia. These allegations were so far-fetched that they make a mockery of the truth. From the beginning, Cambodia initiated the conflict with the intention to expand a border dispute into a national conflict and to further internationalize it, as was the case again this morning. The villages referred to by my Cambodian colleague earlier are in Thai terror, full stop. In fact, they exist because Thailand made the humanitarian decision to open up our borders in the late 1970s for hundreds of thousands of Cambodians fleeing the civil war in their country to seek shelter in Thailand. We made this decision out of compassion and humanitarian principle. And as a young diplomat, I witnessed the scene myself. Although the civil war has ended and the shelters were closed, the Cambodian villages have expanded over the decades. And despite Thailand's repeated protests, Cambodia has ignored those requests to address this encroachment. And when peace returned to Cambodia after the 1991 Paris Peace Agreement, we were there to rebuild and to rehabilitate the Cambodian nation to sustain peace. We built homes, roads, hospitals, because peace in Cambodia is in Thailand's interest. This is what neighbors should do for one another. Mr. President, the ceasefire is still fragile. We must make it work. This demands commitment and sincere actions from both sides. Regrettably, Cambodia's continued provocation, including mobilization of civilians into Thai territory and recent firings toward our side, undermine peace and stability along the border. I am referring to a series of incidents since 23rd of September of Cambodia's troop firing at Thai troops stationed along the border. The most recent incident happened just today. Thai troops have also continued to detect surveillance drones intruding into Thai territory on a daily basis across the border areas. These actions constitute a violation of Thai sovereignty and territorial integrity, and the ceasefire agreement reached at the special meeting in Putrajaya, Malaysia, and reaffirmed at the bilateral border committee meeting. Now, let there be no doubt that Thailand has always and will always stand for peace, and we will do everything we can to find a peaceful solution to the current problem with Cambodia. At the same time, Thailand will always stand firm and resolute in the defense of our sovereignty and territorial integrity. We urge Cambodia to work with us in resolving the differences through peaceful dialogue and existing mechanisms. Today, our two countries face a defining choice. As a close neighbor and as a friend, we must ask Cambodia which path they wish to take, the path of continued confrontation or the path of peace and cooperation. Thailand chooses the path of peace because we believe that the people of both countries deserve no less. But we really question whether it is the intention of Cambodia to join us in this pursuit for peace. For Thailand, dialogue, trust, and good faith are not just words, they are the way forward. We will continue to uphold these principles in our engagement with partners in ASEAN and beyond, including major powers, in pursuit of sustainable peace and shared prosperity. To speak of one community, Mr. President, is to reaffirm that we are bound by shared principles that everyone is born free and equal in dignity and rights. As a member of the Human Rights Council for 2025-2027 and chair of the Third Committee of the General Assembly, Thailand is committed to promote and protect human rights for all. For us, it is not just about holding a seat at the table. It is about making a real difference in people's lives, the lives of those caught in conflict, those living with disabilities, and those who are often left behind. Advancing the rights of women and girls is also central to this effort. Equal participation and freedom from violence and discrimination are not just human rights, they are the foundation of just and resilient societies. Health is another fundamental right that cannot be overstated. Ensuring access to care is not only about saving lives, it is about giving every person the chance to live with dignity and security. This is why Thailand champions the right to health at home and globally. Our universal health coverage and village health volunteers put people first so that no one is left behind and every community is given the tools to thrive. Thailand is also contributing to global efforts on non-communicable diseases and pandemic preparedness, including through the WHO pandemic agreement. We do not know when the next pandemic will strike, and only by working together can we be prepared and ready. Mr. President, peace and human rights cannot stand without sustainable development. Yet today, development is under threat from rising protectionism, tariffs, and trade barriers may serve short-term interests, but they hurt us all in the long run and divide us when we need the most solidarity. Thailand believes that true prosperity is built not on walls of tariff, but on bridges of trust. Our path forward is open and fair trade, rooted in people-centered and inclusive development. But sustainable development is not just growth. It is about values and balance between progress and preservation. That's why Thailand's sufficiency economy philosophy, built on balance, resilience, moderation, has guided our development journey. It reminds us that true progress must empower people while protecting the planet. With only 5 years left to achieve the SDGs, we must strengthen partnership at all levels and confront the inequalities and financing gap that still hold back our common future. At the same time, we must never forget that the planet lies at the core of sustainable development. Climate change, the overarching threat of our time, is widening the gap between the haves and have-nots. Without stronger support for those most affected, we will fail both our people and our planet. As the UN turns 80, our task is simple but profound: to come together under one dedication. We are all bound by ideals, norms, and principles of the UN Charter. But the world has changed dramatically. Renewing our dedication to multilateralism is no longer optional. But the truth is, the history of the UN is filled with promises made but not kept. Each unfulfilled pledge erodes the credibility and weakens global trust. If the UN is to remain at the heart of multilateralism, we cannot afford to repeat this cycle. That is why the Pact for the Future adopted last year must become a blueprint for action. To deliver meaningful progress, our national actions must match our collective pledges. But for the UN to effectively deliver on its task, it must be equipped with the resources it needs. We must ensure that the UN has the means to achieve the ends it has been mandated to undertake, so that the UN can remain a driving force for peace and development. Mr. President, as we seek to rebuild, reinvigorate, and reform the UN, we must be guided by the vision of one future. For the UN to guide us into the future, comprehensive reform, including the Security Council, are imperative. The UN must be more representative, transparent, accountable, and also fit for the future, coherent in action, relatable to people, and adaptive to change. That is why Thailand strongly supports the UN 80 initiative. It is not just about closing financial gaps, but a once-in-a-lifetime chance to make the UN reconnect with the people it serves. But as we strengthen the UN, we must recognize its limit. The UN cannot do everything, and multilateralism is bigger than the UN alone. It thrives when rooted in strong regionalism. Regional institutions are the first responder to crisis, builders of trust among neighbors, and the bridge between global commitments and local realities. For Thailand, ASEAN is our home and our center. The upcoming 15th ASEAN UN Summit will show how shared principles become practical cooperation. Thailand is fully committed to advancing this partnership so that regional voices are fully heard in shaping global solutions. Building a strong global community goes beyond our generation. That is why we must embrace the power of youth. Marking the 30th anniversary of the World Programme for Action for Youth, Thailand reaffirms its commitment to invest and empower young people and give them real opportunities to drive change. With this in mind, Thailand is proud to have youth delegates joining our national delegation to the UNGA so they can actively participate in shaping the future they envision. For in the end, the future belongs to them. It should therefore be built by them. Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished guests, in its 80th year, the United Nations must live up to its very name, nations that stand united. We gather here not only in celebration of what has been achieved, but to look ahead to what more we can accomplish together. The lessons of 80 years is clear. We are strongest when we stand as one community, bound by one dedication, and united in shaping one future for all. This is the true meaning of better together as one. Thailand pledges to do our part, and more than that, we challenge ourselves and all our friends here today to turn words into deed. That is how we will make the next 80 years better than the last. Thank you very much.
I thank His Excellency Foreign Minister of Thailand. We have thus heard the last speaker during the general debate in this session. The following session will be resumed after adjourning this session. Session adjourned.
أعلن افتتاح الجلسة العامة.
I call to order the 13th plenary meeting of the General Assembly. The Assembly will continue its consideration of Agenda Item 8 entitled General Debate. I now give the floor to His Excellency Luca Beccari, Minister for Foreign Affairs, Political Affairs, International Economic Cooperation and Digital Transition of San Marino.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government of the Republic of San Marino, I would like to congratulate Excellencies Annalena Baerbock on her election as a President of the 80th section of the United General Assembly and to wish her a fruitful work. The Republic of San Marino supports the priority of your program and ensure you, Madam President, full cooperation in all works of the General Assembly. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for his energy and determination in leading the United Nations in these difficult and challenging times. Madam President, we are meeting at a moment of profound global transformation. The global order is undergoing fundamental shift, impacting trade, technology, and international cooperation. In such time, the enduring value of a rule-based multilateral system becomes even more critical. The 80th anniversary of our organization provides an opportunity for the United Nations membership to reflect on the enduring significance and relevance of the Charter of the United Nations. As geopolitical dynamics change and new global challenges emerge, this year's general debate must train our collective reaffirmation of the spirit of San Francisco and the founding principle of the United Nations enshrined in the Charter. Our meeting in the General Assembly not only honors the legacy of the United Nations, but also regenerate the continued cooperation in the pursuit of a more peaceful, just, and sustainable world. Madam President, unfortunately, the search of a peace remains as urgent today as it was in 1945, emphasizing the need for renewed commitment, collective action, and stronger multilateral effort. Conflict continues to rise in different parts of the world, inflicting immense human suffering and devastation. If we want that the United Nations remain a light of hope for those who are experiencing the despair of the war, we must advance our strategy for prevention, mediation, and resolution conflict. We acknowledge the essential role of the UN in delivering life-saving assistance and protection to millions of people in countries and areas that are enduring conflict, such as the Horn of Africa, the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, the Sudan, Ukraine, Yemen, and beyond. But it is not enough. We, Member States, must do more in advancing international peace and security, guided by the Charter and the mandate of the General Assembly and the Security Council. The war of aggression against Ukraine brought dramatic consequences for the civilian population, including civilian death, destruction of vital infrastructure, and massive displacement. San Marino condemned the Russian aggression against Ukraine and supports Ukraine's independence, sovereign, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized border. We remain committed to ensure that Russia is held fully accountable for its war of aggression against Ukraine. At the same time, San Marino welcomes all international efforts for a comprehensive, just, and lasting peace in Ukraine, in line with the UN Charter, the resolution of the General Assembly, and international law. Madam President, the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza and the West Bank is unbelievable and remains one of the most painful and long-standing tragedies of our time. San Marino condemned unequivocally the horrific terror attack perpetrated by Hamas on 7 October and call once again for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages. At the same time, we reiterate our call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and for full, safe, and uninterrupted humanitarian access to the affected civilian population. Nothing can justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people through indiscriminate bombing, starvation, and displacement. The continued expansion of settlement, including highly sensitive projects such as
WION, together with the devastation in Gaza, threaten the erase of a concrete possibility of peace. Unless we act with unity and determination, the vision of two people living side by side in dignity and security will be lost. That responsibility become urgent. On 15 May, our Parliament, with unanimity, mandated government to recognize the state of Palestine within this year. Today, before this Assembly, we announce the fulfillment of that mandate. San Marino officially recognized the state of Palestine as a sovereign and independent state within secure international recognized border in line with the resolution of the United Nations. Having a state is the right of the Palestinian people. It is not and can never be a reward for Hamas. This decision is consistent with the message delivered last July at the high-level conference co-chaired by France and Saudi Arabia, and with the New York Declaration, which call on states to take concrete and reversible steps. By joining today the group of countries that move from word to action, San Marino intends to send a strong political and diplomatic signal. Recognition of Palestine is essential to reaffirm that peace must be built on justice and equality. San Marino will also continue to support Palestine admission as a full member of the United Nations. Madam President, civilians continue to bear the brunt of armed conflict worldwide. The death toll of civilians, including children and women trapped in conflict, has reached a shocking number. We cannot remain silent in front of such tragedy. They have been targeted, killed, injured, kidnapped and tortured. The number of civilians that have been displaced has reached new records. Civilians have been deprived of water, food and humanitarian assistance. Houses, critical infrastructure, schools and hospitals have been targeted and destroyed or damaged, leaving civilians in despair, leaving children without education, patients without health care. Extensive use of explosive weapons in populated areas have caused the majority of civilian casualties in different conflicts. San Marino condemns such attack and calls on all states to support and implement the political declaration on explosive weapons in populated areas. San Marino is deeply concerned about violence against children, particularly children in situations of conflict. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Security Council Resolution 1612, San Marino renews its commitment to the CAAC agenda and supports the role of the Special Representative for Children and Armed Conflict. We are particularly worried about the high number of grave violations against children that have been reported, the denial of humanitarian access, killing and maiming of children, and the recruitment and use of children, abduction, rape and other forms of sexual violence. San Marino calls on all armed forces and armed groups to constructively engage with the United Nations for reaching and implementing action plans to end and prevent grave violations against children in accordance with their obligation under the international law. San Marino also firmly condemns attacks on schools and hospitals, as well as their use for military purposes. We reiterate our support for the Safe School Declaration. Educational facilities should be a safe place for all children, students and teachers. We call on all Member States to ratify the optional protocol to the Convention on the Right of the Child on the Involvement of Children in Armed Conflict. We also encourage all parties to support other important tools, such as the Paris Principle and Commitment and the Vancouver Principle. San Marino reiterates the importance of accountability for all violation against children. Impunity for the perpetrator of grave violation is not acceptable. The international community has the duty not only to stop and prevent this violation, but also to assist child victims and to work for their reintegration. Regrettably, Violence has increased also against the humanitarian actor and journalists. Humanitarian personnel and aid workers are being killed in unprecedented numbers. Attacks against humanitarian